In the savage kingdom, the ultimate predators are fighting for survival. Here, being melanistic is the ultimate camouflage, yet a fatal flaw. Tell us where you are watching from below before uncovering the journey of these Black Panther warriors in Ultimate Predators Mega Episode. The most brutal fight for survival. Total darkness. Shade. Advancing. Africa. The sun has not yet risen. And that is the only advantage left. People call it the Black Panther. It is not a species. It is a mutation, born in 1 in 10,000 leopards on this earth. 3 continents, each fighting for the same thing. Wearing the coat that evolution gave them. The same black coat. 3 completely different paths. This is called convergent evolution. And this is proof that the black coat is not chance. The black coat makes them invisible at midnight and makes them a target at midday. We begin where darkness fights hardest, where the lion pride never stops hunting. Look at it. Look closely. Every single leopard has spots. Even this one. The spots are still there. Beneath the black fur, you cannot see them, but they are there. And that tells us everything about what is hidden inside this black coat. Melanistic. And that gene for the leopard is not MC1R, as most of us assumed. It is the agouti signaling protein, an entirely different pigmentation control system. This is what makes the 3 shadow predators in this story almost impossible to believe. Phantom, the black leopard of Kabini, carries a mutated ASIP gene. Obsidian, the black jaguar of the Amazon, carries a mutated MC1R gene. The same black coat, 2 entirely different genetic systems. But why isn't it common? If the black coat is a weapon, why do only around 11% of leopards carry it? Because it is a recessive gene. Both mother and father must carry this allele, and both may appear completely ordinary. In a leopard population, where 10% carry the black coat, nearly half of all spotted leopards carry the hidden gene. At the far tip of the Malay Peninsula, evolution revealed its true answer. There, the black coat didn't stay rare. Not 10%. Nearly 100%. That means that in the right environment, selection pressure is strong enough that the recessive allele. Each generation, those with the black coat survived at higher rates, produced more offspring, and their young did too. And after thousands of years, the golden coat became the exception. The male leopard pursuing Phantom through Kabini, the female competing with Shade in Laikipia, may carry that gene without knowing it. beneath the Kabini midday sun. Phantom feels that heat differently. Hotter, more exposed, hungrier. This is the trade that evolution has made. I give you darkness, but you pay for it in light. "10 confirmed. That is the number of black leopards verified across all of Africa. 10 across an entire continent. And one of those 10 lives here, Laikipia, Kenya. We call her Shade. Shade is female. Her territory covers 3 square kilometers. Inside a region where one lion pride controls 40 square kilometers. Shade's territory lies entirely within the lion pride's sphere of influence. She lives at the heart of their empire. And this has created a situation unlike anywhere else on Earth. Because in Laikipia, there is no forest, only grassland, open and exposed beneath the Kenyan sun. Shade lives where, by every ecological standard, a black leopard should not survive. But she survives because she has learned something that no leopard should have had to learn: how to turn open space into a weapon. The answer is not daylight. Shade does not fight the light. Shade waits for it. When the sun touches the horizon, when the grassland shifts from gold to amber to red, Shade begins to move. Because Shade is a leopard, and leopards are creatures of the night. Most active from 9 at night to 5 in the morning, night is their armor. Beneath Kenya's stars becomes her kingdom. Even on the darkest night, always has enough stars. Every morning, when the first light falls across the grassland, Shade must find Shade before the pride begins to move. 40 square kilometers, 8 lions. For them, a black leopard with a black coat becomes a moving target. The coat makes Shade invisible at midnight and conspicuous as a shadow cast the wrong direction at noon. The pride hasn't found Shade yet. Not yet, but the grassland keeps no secrets. And the pride never stops searching. This is the territory that Shade has memorized. This is what time and failure can teach. Know the terrain better than whoever pursues you. The lead lioness controls 40 square kilometers. But she does not know 3 of them. Shade's 3. The lion pride has numbers. Shade has a map. Because in this war, information is the only thing a black leopard can accumulate that the lions cannot take away. In the red light, not enough for daylight, but not enough for night, Shade is seen. Lions. They know this does not belong here. The pride doesn't catch Shade, but their presence alone is enough. Enough to stop Shade from moving, from hunting, from escaping the zone where sunlight will expose her. And this is the strength of a lion pride. They are more patient than anything on the grassland. But darkness is patient too. The pride doesn't give up, because they hunt at night too. Both lions and leopards have the tapetum lucidum, the reflective layer behind the retina. allowing light to pass twice across the photoreceptors. But shade was built to compete with lions, because while lions are generalists, leopards are nocturnal specialists. They were forged for the dark. When the sun fully sets, this is no longer lion territory. Run, shade. Run into the darkness. That is where you win. The lion pride can see the night. But shade does not reflect light. The black coat is her disappearance. But the huntresses change their minds. They spot a hunting opportunity. There is puku scent nearby. The lioness cannot see them by sight, but a single startled movement, and everything collapses. The unexpected meal draws their attention away from the quarry they pursued. But they will search again. And shade, she has vanished. The scent of the meal spreads through the cold night air. But no one dares approach to contest it. They sense something is watching. Before dawn, shade hunts. Shade climbs the lone acacia at the edge of her territory, looks down at the grassland turning pink, 40 square kilometers of it. And in those 3 square kilometers, last night, shade won. Data from the Laikipia Predator Project confirms melanistic leopards at Laikipia are 23% more nocturnal than spotted counterparts. Successful hunt rates at night are higher because prey cannot see them coming. The black coat does not change the skill. It changes the information available to prey. From "there is a threat" to "there is nothing." 8,000 kilometers to the east. Another shadow is learning its own lesson, a lesson that no lion will teach. Kabini, Nagar Hole Tiger Reserve, India. This is the most densely populated stretch of forest on Earth for a single leopard. An estimated 100 leopards within 643 square kilometers. The land of leopards. Phantom did not choose a quiet, dark corner of India. Phantom chose the most contested land of all. A wound is the welcome of this land. Someone has asked the question, are you worthy of being here? Scarface, the old male leopard, the ruling predator of this territory, before Phantom arrived. But Scarface is not the only threat. Carl, a Bengal tiger, weighing 220 kilograms, 3 times Phantom's weight. He is an absolute ruler. Carl's successful hunts give him the right to determine the fate of any predator in this territory. Carl does not respect the territorial boundaries of leopards. Carl does not acknowledge Phantom. For a ruler, the answer is always yes. And the Kabini dry season, from November through April, places Phantom at a double disadvantage. Disadvantage 1, the canopy. In the dry season, Kabini's vegetation is depleted. The canopy thins. The daytime shadows, the very thing Phantom's black coat needs to operate, disappear. Disadvantage 2, heat. 34 to 38 degrees Celsius, 93 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Black fur absorbs heat more intensely than spotted golden fur. Phantom must rest more during the day, less time to hunt, fewer chances to establish territory. Hotter, more exposed, hungrier, and the black coat becomes a burden in daylight. Phantom retreats to the flooded backwaters to cool down, but that is the territory of massive water predators. Male tiger Carl, the lethal tiger queen Kismet. But there is no other option. In this forest, there is one thing tigers cannot do. One thing that makes 220 kilograms of tiger a disadvantage: trees. Tigers are too heavy to climb high. And when Phantom needs to truly vanish, it simply has that option. 3 meters, 5 meters, until the canopy blocks every line of sight from below. This is Phantom's empire, an empire no tiger can invade. But dholes are different. 20 Indian wild dogs, each smaller than Phantom, but together. When dholes appear, no leopard stays on the ground. Even Carl, with 220 kilograms and jaws that crush buffalo bone, retreats before a dhole pack. Phantom does not retreat and learns. Langurs are the forest's memory. When they cry out, it is not always about Phantom. Sometimes it is Carl approaching, sometimes dholes, sometimes Scarface patrolling the territory boundary. Phantom learns to distinguish the langur alarm call for big cats from the call for wild dog packs. This is something the black coat cannot teach, but the forest of Kabini can. The dry season teaches the black coat one lesson. Temperature at 38 degrees Celsius. The black coat absorbs heat, absorbs it fully. Recent studies suggest that melanistic felids may process heat differently from their spotted counterparts. Different distribution of sweat glands, altered subcutaneous blood circulation. No definitive conclusion yet, but Phantom survives Celsius, and the spotted leopard beside it does too. Because the dry season does not last forever, and Kabini holds a secret the rain will reveal. June. Moisture from the Indian Ocean pushes up onto the Deccan Plateau, and the first clouds of the monsoon arrive. Rebirth. When the temperature drops, when the canopy thickens, when the true shade returns, no longer blocked by drought. Phantom's black coat transforms from burden to weapon. The canopy fills in, day by day, hour by hour. Sunlight no longer reaches the forest floor. Darkness is no longer a gap, it is the standard. Darkness is now daylight. Here it is, Phantom's weapon, vanishing in broad daylight. Kismet, the tigress, uncontested queen of Kabini. 200 kilograms. Territory spanning more than 40 square kilometers. 1 meter from Phantom, Kismet does not stop, does not recognize it. The brighter the light, the deeper the shadow. And monsoon Kabini is the brightest light. The black coat has ever been tested against. The brighter the light, the deeper the shadow. Below is Cleo, the spotted leopard perfectly camouflaged in dry grass, invisible to everything. Cleo chooses Scarface, the territory's dominant male, to protect her cubs, and Phantom, isolated beneath a hostile canopy. But here is the question no one asks. Is Cleo or the spotted leopards moving through this forest, carrying the gene? Possibly. According to Hardy Weinberg, in a population with 10% black leopards, nearly half of spotted leopards outside may carry the hidden allele. The next generation resembling Phantom could be born from two spotted leopards who never recognize the gene in each other. The monsoon ends, but Phantom has mastered the use of shadow. Using shade as an ally, body pressed flat against a branch. Deer are sharp, but they rely mostly on hearing, or the alarm calls of langurs. The monkeys don't detect it. They are too high, and Phantom hides very low. Once prey enters the kill zone, nothing can change what comes next. A full stomach makes Phantom calmer and more confident than ever. It is ready to challenge the current king of this territory. Cleo leaves scent marks along the trail. She is ready to mate. Phantom makes its move. Scarface knows this and is waiting. The final confrontation does not happen in daylight. It happens in the darkness of old-growth forest, where Phantom has the advantage. But not any longer. Phantom faces it directly. Kabini belongs to Phantom. It and Cleo are now the dominant pair ruling this kingdom. But the struggle of the wild world never stops. A completely different shadow is waiting. Mamirawa, Amazonas, Brazil. This is the largest Várzea reserve on Earth. 1.1 million hectares of Amazon rainforest, flooded for half the year. Here, water is not terrain, water is the predator, and Obsidian must navigate both. Shade hunts in darkness. Phantom waits for the rain. Obsidian does not need to wait. Because the Amazon never truly grows bright. Mamirawa, canopy so dense that sunlight never truly reaches the water's surface. Here, there is only shadow, continuous, permanent, indifferent to day or night. They don't only hunt at night, they hunt by day, because here the black coat is camouflage at every hour. But Mamirawa is not the jaguar's kingdom alone. Obsidian's enemy has no legs. It has 6.3 meters of body and 200 kilograms of pure muscle. February 2024. Scientists confirmed the green anaconda is not one species. The southern green anaconda of the Pantanal and the northern green anaconda of the Amazon, two separate species. The anaconda that Obsidian faces at Mamirawa is the northern green anaconda, a newly confirmed species, one that science has barely begun to understand. Obsidian weighs 90 kilograms. The anaconda weighs 200 kilograms, and the anaconda is in the water. Anacondas hunt through environment. They pull prey into the water, where 200 kilograms becomes a perfect weapon. The anaconda's strategy: wait for the enemy to enter its territory, into the darkness of black water. It is not difficult. In the Amazon, few animals can live far from water, large predators included. A capybara has no idea that death is beneath it. The largest rodent on the planet, but completely defenseless before the swamp's assassin. No sound of biting, only the coiling of muscle. The power of anaconda lies in pressure. The anaconda's crushing force equals that of a car driving over prey's chest. The anaconda is a muscle machine, and the black river floor is its absolute kingdom. But the Amazon has more than one tyrant. Back at the dark forest shore, a shadow of pure black is watching. In this world, reptiles rarely challenge jaguars, even when they are armed to the teeth. The black caiman's back is protected by osteoderms, bone plates embedded in the skin, hard as steel, but not the skull. Done. It disappears into the undergrowth to eat alone. Here, reptiles are prey, not rivals. When capable of bringing down apex predators, the jaguar becomes the ultimate hunter. And no ruler wants to stop at the current boundary. It wants to drive the black jaguar from its hunting waters. But obsidian steps into the water, not because it was pulled, by choice. Obsidian submerged half its body in the Varzea current. Its unique coat structure rapidly absorbs the water's temperature, neutralizing the anaconda's thermal detection system. Obsidian strikes. The anaconda loses. It never knew the enemy already owned this darkness. Melanistic jaguars in the Amazon occur at higher rates than in any other jaguar population on Earth. In some areas of the Amazon Varzea, the proportion of melanistic individuals exceeds 50%. Compare with the Pantanal, Brazil's open, sun-drenched wetland, less canopy cover, far more light. The recessive ASIP mutation becomes a death sentence there, destroying camouflage capability. Melanistic jaguars are almost absent from the Pantanal. Same species, same ancestral genome, two selection pressures, two completely opposite outcomes. This is the most concrete evidence of directional selection in big cats, not at the level of theory alone, but across real populations, in real ecosystems. Obsidian is not an exception in the Amazon, and that is what makes the Amazon different from Laikipia and Kabini. Here, the black coat is the standard. 3 shadow predators, 3 continents, 3 victories. Which battle was the hardest? 8 lions in the Laikipia night, 1 tiger in the Kabini rain, or the reptile beast in Amazon's black water. Three strategies, 1 coat. And now we can answer the question. Chapter 1 asked, what did evolution make this black coat for? Not to become invisible, not to be stronger, not to escape the sun. To learn how to find the right darkness. Shade found darkness on the grassland. Phantom found darkness in the rain. Obsidian found darkness in the water. And Phantom's ASIP gene, Obsidian's MC1R gene, 2 completely different systems, arrived at the same answer. And here is what we must not forget. This gene is more fragile than we think. In the Laikipia leopard population, if 10% carry the black coat, the proportion carrying the hidden gene without showing it is nearly 50%. Lying direct branch, the spotted leopard no one notices, can carry that exact gene. A hidden gene does not disappear, it waits. But every time a melanistic leopard dies, every time a black jaguar loses its territory, a part of this gene's future disappears with it. In the 2018 final survey at Mamirawa, 5 melanistic jaguars, a number small enough to count on one hand. Evolution does not create one-directional solutions. When it gave 3 different continents the same black coat through 2 different genetic paths, it was saying that darkness is useful enough to be worth discovering twice. And perhaps the black coat was never only about darkness. Some studies suggest that. Melanistic felids may have immune system advantages or benefits from melanin's radical scavenging properties. No definitive conclusion yet. But when evolution reinvents the same thing 5 times, it cannot be for only one reason. And whether the next generation carries that gene depends on both mother and father carrying it. Neither knowing the other does. If you want to understand the hunters who hunt shadow predators, the lion prides, the Bengal tigers, the anacondas, stay with us. The next story is waiting. In the wild, there is no mercy. Where a river once flowed, the savannah is reduced to a string of lethal mud traps. In this savage kingdom, only one law remains. Fight or die. In the wild, there is no mercy. The hyena's call carries 5 kilometers. Every lion within range knows exactly what it means. In this savage kingdom, there is only one absolute rule. Rule or die. This is the Masai Mara. Dry season, rainfall far below average. The worst drought recorded across all of East Africa. In this savage kingdom, one empire rules by discipline, by hierarchy, by an organizational power, refined across 1,000 hunting seasons. They are the River Pride. One empire rules by intelligence, by sheer numbers. They are the Mara clan, the largest empire of their kind ever documented. Two empires divided the Mara in silence, one claiming the daylight, one claiming the dark. The rule held, absolute, unspoken. But when water retreats, survival rewrites every rule. Who rules the Mara when the laws collapse? The answer lies in the last remaining waterhole. Masai Mara. People often speak of it as a sanctuary, but the true ecosystem stretches across nearly 10,000 square kilometers. And if you erase the borders drawn by humanity, the Mara connects seamlessly with the Tanzanian Serengeti, forming the grandest migratory path on Earth. This is a civilization with a history longer than any empire humanity has ever built. It possesses its own rules and flows with its own unique rhythms. And like every civilization, it is built upon water. The Mara River originates from the Mau Forest on the Kenyan highlands, hundreds of kilometers to the north. From there, the currents flow southward, weaving through the heart of the ecosystem before emptying into Lake Victoria. A prolonged dry season begins with a single felled tree in the Mau Forest. When the wildebeest turned south, they followed the rain. And those that remained faced the bare reality of the Mara. 3 months after, the last rain fell. But the Mara is not a stage built for two. It is a matrix of power, and within it, other forces move. Each has found its own answer to the same question: survival philosophies, each one a commentary on what is about to unfold. Buffalo, 750 kilograms. Horns thick as iron. Herds of 200 to 800 within the Mara ecosystem. They are not simply prey. Buffalo do not operate as prey. The pride's ruthless laws leave the old king as the weakest of all. The prey now takes the offensive. The rate of enduring a toll is 30 to 50%. This is why no solitary lion engages a buffalo. And when the pride does, it is always a coordinated formation, planned over hours. And there is one more thing about buffalo: a collective decision mechanism. Whichever direction receives the most votes. That is where the herd moves. The strength flows from the consensus of all. And when the herd unanimously turns back, no lion, however desperate with hunger, wants to be standing in its path. Leopard. Total contrast. No pride, no alliance, no social hierarchy to lean on. One cat, one territory. One of the finest survivors on Earth. The leopard of the Mara survives by one principle alone: invisibility. After a kill, it does not feed at the sight. A kill in the branches can last 3 to 5 days, enough for the leopard to feed across multiple sessions. Never leave anything on the ground when all of the Mara is hungry. A kill on the ground in dry season lasts 20 minutes at most. So the leopard climbs alone, while the two empires below tear at each other over the last meters of territory. Beyond it, another force is also watching. Fiercely unified, relentlessly persistent. The qualities of successful hunters. Wild dog hunting success rates reach 80% globally. But here in the Mara specifically, the figure drops to around 51%. Not because the dogs lack skill, but because the Mara is too contested. In this environment, every kill is a target for theft. Even so, 51% remains formidable. Wild dogs operate as a distributed brain. No single individual dominates all decisions, but when unified, they become a single unit of speed and endurance. Within the Mara ecosystem, only 3 to 5 packs remain active. Every pack crossing this land is one of the last. 3 survival philosophies in an ecosystem contracting around them. The power of the collective, the intelligence of the solitary, the precision of the cooperative. None is perfect. Each has its limits, and its price in the dry season. Everything begins with a laugh, not an expression of joy. The hyena's laugh, long branded the sound of cowardice, of the scavenger, is the exact opposite of everything that reputation suggests. It is a command, the mechanism that keeps an empire operating. As a single combat unit in the dark across vast territory. If there is one number that answers every question about the hyena, it is 80%. 80% of the Mara clan's food comes from prey they hunt themselves, from tactical coordinated hunts. Executed primarily at night, through the most sophisticated organizational apparatus of any African predator. Research confirms that lions steal hyena kills 6.8 times more often than the reverse. Roughly 14% of every hyena meal is taken by lions. But to understand the Mara clan, you must first understand its architecture. Every adult female in the clan outranks every adult male. No exceptions. The largest male, the heaviest, the strongest in the Mara clan yields ground to the smallest female. Female hyena fetuses are bathed in androgens, hormones typically associated with male development at abnormally high levels. The result, adult females outweigh males by 10 to 12%. A daughter inherits her mother's rank within 6 months of reaching adulthood, a nobility, but not an empty one. They command priority feeding rights, mating rights, and command authority within combat formations. Heirs do not wait long to assert dominance. They begin from the first moments of life. The battle starts in the den. Within hours of birth, they must establish a hierarchy that will define them for life. Sometimes, only one survives. The hyena's bite force is the strongest of any African predator. But the number alone does not tell the story. What matters is the purpose. The hyena's jaws are not built for the kill. They are built for total consumption. Everything every other predator leaves behind. A clan of 60 can consume a 500-kilogram buffalo entirely. Skeleton included, no trace. The hyena is not merely a predator, it is the Mara's recycling system. Speed is the signature weapon of predators. But look at the one who sacrificed everything for speed. And you realize endurance is the true key. 4.8 kilometers. The distance a hyena sustains top speed without slowing. A full-grown lion can sprint only 300 meters. The hyena does not need to be faster, it only needs to outlast. The hyena's call carries information and command. But beyond that, these sounds can encode 4 pieces of information simultaneously within a single vocalization. Identity, social rank, number of individuals present, degree of emotional arousal. In dry season, whoop frequency increases by more than 40%. The Mara clan does not go quiet when starving. The Mara clan controls the night, but what happens when they are still hungry by day? Along the Mara River. The River Pride has held this territory for 11 seasons, 12 to 18 individuals. Not a large pride, but in this terrain it is enough. The River Pride operates as a military machine. The males do not hunt, but they are not a burden. The roar declares ownership, deters rival males from crossing the boundary, and secures the pride's breeding rights and food supply. A coalition of 2 to 3 males typically controls territory up to 2,000 square kilometers, but the River Pride males care nothing for scale. They care only for this one irreplaceable ground. The females do everything else. Faster and more agile, responsible for 90% of all hunts. Hunting alone, success rates fall below 19%. Hunting as a unit, that figure rises to 30%, and the caliber of prey changes entirely. This is what distinguishes the River Pride from every other lion pride. They do not merely hunt, they remember. No lion in the pride is born knowing this. Young females observe and fail for 2 years before executing the technique correctly. They learn by correcting failure over years in the presence of the most experienced females. And here lies the River Pride's greatest vulnerability, the fragility of the irreplaceable. What the River Pride's eldest female carries is experience. Which buffalo individuals regularly visit, which waterhole, which can be isolated, which become lethal when cornered. Her eyes move with the precision of one who has watched everything on this land and knows exactly what is worth watching. She has survived the 5th dry season, but she is not immortal. Just like the old male that once ruled this pride. He used to protect the entire pride all by himself. Yet he could not protect himself. As a result, the throne changed hands. The females cannot change this. They can only comply. She, the wisest matriarch of the River Pride, will also have to move on eventually. The solitude at the end of her journey, just like her former mate, is inevitable. Average lifespan of a lioness in the Mara, 14 to 16 years in the wild. The eldest females, those who carry 11 seasons of knowledge, are at the outer edge of that range. The younger females would have to rebuild their territorial knowledge from nothing. Through trial, through hungry nights. The lion's collective intelligence does not live in the pride. It lives in a single individual. And that concentration is simultaneously its greatest strength and the system's deepest vulnerability. The River Pride's throne is the waterhole along the Mara River. As the water retreats, the throne retreats. And right now, the throne has contracted to the point where there is nothing left to surrender. 2 empires, 2 forms of intelligence. The Mara is not a perpetual battlefield. Most of the time, it is a system of exquisite equilibrium. At the center of that equilibrium is an agreement, strictly observed. It is time. Lions operate from dawn to dusk. Hyenas command from dusk to dawn. There is an overlap window when both empires share the same space and neither holds absolute advantage. "78% of all direct confrontations between lions and hyenas in the Mara occur around dawn and dusk. An entire war compressed into the most precarious moments of light. Beyond time, there is an acoustic boundary. Both species use sound not only for internal coordination, but to map territory for the enemy. But this equilibrium is not equal. It never was. Yet, the truce holds. Why? Because of absolute numbers. Below 4-1, lions hold their ground. When the hyena-to-lion ratio at any confrontation point reaches 4, lions consistently withdraw. Except when a male is involved. At a waterhole on the River Pride's territorial edge, two groups approach from opposite directions. This is the crepuscular borderline. Lions lack the full power of daylight. Hyenas lack the full cover of dark. They must choose the peace. 3 months ago, the last rain fell. The waterholes dwindled to 3. The Mara clan has not eaten in 5 days. When hunger drives them, any peace is only skin deep. For a clan of 60 to 80 individuals, 5 days of hunger is an energy crisis, counting down. Lions can fast 7 to 14 days on their larger body fat reserves. Hyenas, smaller bodies, higher metabolic rate, after 5 days enter desperation mode. The activity patterns shift from strictly nocturnal to opportunistically diurnal. The wildebeest had turned south. The zebra followed. What remained? Old buffaloes, scattered Thompson's gazelles, impalas, and increasingly empty plains. But a young antelope only creates more friction within the pack. Every member lost a warrior to the scuffle. Nothing remains but defeat. And the crisis spreads. The Mara clan gradually fractures. The queen does not force them to stay amid scarcity. During the dispersal, some remains catch their attention. It is guarded by the old male lion, formerly of the River Pride. No second thoughts are needed. The hyenas must claim the rest. The old king is overwhelmed. No miracle can turn the tide. This minor victory helps the hyenas regain some confidence. By midday, 62 members of the Mara clan cross the boundary. The leopard registered something had shifted in the larger picture. Solitary intelligence knows when not to be present. The small wild dog pack has been monitoring the area since yesterday. They calculated the odds and concluded there is no reward here worth. The River Pride did not retreat. The first rule of every Dominion male. A pride that retreats once declares to all of the Mara that it will retreat forever. Two tactics, two civilizations of war converging on a single point. Before it unfolds, understand precisely what is about to happen. Members fan outward from a starting point into an arc. Not all advance simultaneously. Some hold the flanks, some push the center, creating a shape that achieves both broad coverage and rapid convergence on demand. The Mara clan is maintaining a tactical acoustic map. Each individual always knows the relative position of the rest, allowing them to stay in the loop and adjust accordingly. This is a decentralized command structure. And the only weakness is disrupting the acoustic network. This is equivalent to breaking formation. Not through physical force, but by creating interference in the signal chain. The River Pride knows this. For the lions, their tactics showcase experience. 3 to 4 females moving in single file, approaching from downwind. So scent does not reach the target before footfall does. Standard formation. But there is a wild card that neither side can completely control. A buffalo herd, 200 strong, oblivious to the dispute, only concerned with water. The dry season has blanketed the entire Masai Mara. The heartland is depleted of sustenance. Newcomers have arrived. Their declarations signal strength and a hunger for territory. The kings of the River Pride are highly sensitive when their realm is threatened. They will go to lay down the law. The parting is not easy, but there is no other choice. This is the moment for a king to show his responsibility. The females can hunt, they can repel intruders, but they cannot stop a robust coalition of prime young males. The old lioness now becomes the backbone. she has an uneasy premonition. Because just like the dominant males, the sun is setting on them. The buffalo herd finished their watering cycle and departed at dusk. They left behind an empty arena and an eerily quiet atmosphere. Now, darkness takes over, and this is the domain of the Mara clan. Hyena eyes harvest light more efficiently in the dark. Their nervous system is tailored for navigation, under conditions where lion vision begins to lose its edge. The night is a battleground where the most intense conflicts unfold. At the final waterhole, the balance of power has completely shifted from its usual orbit. At the center of the open mud hole, the River Pride is left with only 4 females and their cubs. The young ones lack the speed to run and the strength to fight. The Mara clan, sensing their opponents' vulnerability, the 4 lionesses cannot establish their conventional defensive formation. But if they stand still, the cubs will be lost within minutes. They are forced to make an ultimate choice. A solitary burst of speed, piercing straight into the heart of the hyenas, where the network of whoops is densest. She willingly becomes the bait to buy time. And in that chaos, the remaining 3 lionesses immediately lead the cubs in a swift retreat, hiding deep in the thick brush far from the waterhole. The winds will sweep away the scent of the young ones, keeping them out of the enemy's radar. At the center of the waterhole, the trap has sprung. The matriarch is completely surrounded by dozens of hyenas. The lioness's stamina is drained. By midnight, the final roar of the queen falls silent. The Mara clan completely claims the waterhole. No truce occurs as it usually does. Tonight, an empire has won the day through numbers and ruthlessness. The standoff at the final waterhole ends. A kingdom has lost its brain and memory in exchange for the survival of the next generation. The price of water in a drought is not measured in drops. It is paid with the life of a ruler. For a whole week, triumphant whoops rang out, breaking the silence of the night. But power in the Mara is never a constant. It shifts with the footsteps of the prey. After a week, the atmosphere begins to change. The moisture in the wind increases. The Mara clan, with their keen sense of smell, detects the return of the small antelope herds. The neighboring land is gradually reviving after days of exhaustion. The Mara clan to make a decision. They cannot cling forever to a mud hole with no meat. The crescent formation dissolves, and individuals scatter across the grassland to embark on a new hunt. And that is also when the kings return. The two male lions of the River Pride return from a long border patrol. Their dominant blood boils. The Mara clan is pushed back from the land they barely had time to possess. The River Pride reclaims their territory. Though missing a crucial piece, but now they will become stronger than ever. We often want a story to have a winner and a loser, but the Mara refuses to answer in such a simple way. Because the real question is not who won the battle at the final waterhole. The real question is, who is still here when the rain falls? And the answer is both. They survived the same question from two opposite sides. That is the Mara. And now, with everything you have just witnessed, the passing of the matriarch, the return of the males, and the harsh law of survival under the first rain of the season. Who do you think truly rules the Mara? The Mara clan or the River Pride? Leave your answer in the comments. We read every single one. This is the Nile crocodile. When the first dinosaurs emerged on Earth, the Nile crocodile was already present. When massive shifts moved 3/4 of the planet's life toward a close, the croc remained. Its current form is nearly identical to its ancestors from 200 million years ago. This was no stroke of luck. From the very beginning, it has been the ultimate predator. This is its domain, and it is waiting. Deep within the river's shadows, its heart continues to beat. Normally, 40 beats per minute. In its quiet state, 2. So slow that the pulse is barely present. No bubbles, no movement, no signs of activity. And when the moment arrives, in the water, the Nile crocodile is in a league of its own, but the Great Migration is drawing near. With tusks more imposing than a lion's, the hippo uses its weaponry for power struggles, rather than hunting. An assertive landlord weighing up to 1.5 tons, this giant lays down the law when it comes to its personal space. Despite appearing as a dormant boulder, this semi-aquatic giant is involved in roughly 500 fateful encounters each year. This figure makes them one of Africa's most formidable residents. When feeling provoked, the hippopotamus shows a pair of self-sharpening tusks. With a tremendous bite force ranging from 8,000 to over 9,000 newtons, they possess the strength to crush a skull as easily as a watermelon. In their world, there is no room for compromise. The most fascinating thing about this giant lies in how it moves beneath the surface. The truth is, the hippopotamus doesn't actually swim. Their dense bone structure and immense weight cause them to sink instantly, yet they have mastered a graceful walk along the riverbed. Utilizing the water's buoyancy, they take long strides like astronauts walking on the moon. However, behind that curious behavior lies a harsh and somber social structure. To maintain absolute dominance and ensure their lineage continues, dominant males often end the journey of a rival's offspring. This action forces females to return to their reproductive cycle quickly. It is a stern but effective evolutionary strategy to hold onto power. Along the Olifants River, the life of the hippopotamus is a symphony of contradictions between a calm facade and a primal intensity. The connection between the hippopotamus and the Nile crocodile is one of the most remarkable arrangements in nature's design. In terms of sheer might, the hippopotamus calls the shots in any direct engagement. Yet within that calm exterior lies unmatched strength, a bite force of 22,000 newtons. One of the most formidable tools ever crafted by nature, capable of breaking down the frame of any catch. The impressive nature of the Nile crocodile lies in how it can bide its time. By slowing its metabolism and holding its breath for 2 hours, it becomes one with the river, a phantom to those busy quenching their thirst. In the world of the Nile crocodile, the line between existence and the great beyond is as thin as a ripple on the water. A pride of lions. And the crocodiles. Two forces, two directions of engagement. A herd with nowhere to turn. As the antelope hit the water, the world beneath the surface erupts in unison. The Mara River remains stirred for a long while. Then all returns to silence. The crocodile sinks back down, satisfied and unhurried. The wildebeest continue their crossing, no other path. This is the Great Migration. This is the bounty the hunter has awaited all year. It will wait another year unless someone disrupts the balance. Back to the Great Migration. They are going the distance, without pause. They simply cannot stop. Ahead lies the Mara River, a reason to persevere for one more season. But the Mara River is not theirs to claim. Every year, as the Great Migration reaches the edge, what follows is not a matter of choice. No wildebeest is eager to descend into those waters. No zebra is unaware of what lingers beneath the surface. Yet the pressure from behind outweighs the hesitation ahead. And so they take the plunge. One, then 10, then hundreds, until the entire river transforms into a churning brown surge. In those moments, the surface will yield. The presence lurking below has waited for this exact moment, having anticipated this well before the first wildebeest arrived at the bank. In a strategic partnership, blue wildebeest can sense his water from several kilometers away, while zebras serve as the true sentinels. Each zebra is a solid 300 kilograms of muscle. They keep their eyes peeled for even the slightest movement. In grasslands like the High Veld, zebras are ready to stand their ground. A perfect match, a survival alliance. Unlike the migratory lifestyle, this relative of the wildebeest continues to thrive with a helping hand from humans. During the late 19th century, hunters brought the Liechtenstein's hartebeest to the edge of disappearing from the region. It wasn't until the 1980s, when a conservation effort brought individuals back from Malawi, that the Liechtenstein's hartebeest could finally start a new chapter. Today, with just a few hundred left, spotting one is like winning the lottery in South Africa. They possess an unmistakable build. That sloping frame, similar to a hyena, provides incredible stamina when making a getaway. This is paired with an oddly long face and majestic S-shaped horns. In the tall grasslands, termite mounds serve as lookout towers, allowing them to spot potential trouble from a safe distance. This strategy still has its gaps. When a lioness begins a pursuit, she is also a remarkably persistent athlete. For swift and heavy targets, lions choose to work together to stack the deck in their favor. More enduring than a lion, they are the most relentless marathon runners. Their primary strategy is to wear down their prize through time. The strength of the spotted hyena also lies in the complex social structure of their clans. They use tactics to create commotion and then coordinate their efforts to bring down even powerful, full-grown zebras. At choke points, like the Mara River crossings, the hyenas simply wait with patience. Those who make it past the crocodiles will find themselves meeting these persistent hunters. But the spotted hyena's ultimate tool is a jaw with bone-crushing force reaching over 9,000 newtons. In the wild expanse, the hyena ensures that, within the cycle of the Great Migration, one's departure always provides life for another. Yet, regardless of their prowess on land, hyenas understand their boundaries well. There are places on this continent where even the largest hyena clan must think twice before venturing. Those borders are defined by what remains hidden in the depths. The hyena was fortunate. Their engagement took place only at the water's edge. Upon the delicate threshold between paradise and the abyss, the heart of northern Tanzania is vibrating to the rhythm of an ancient epic. The Maasai people call this place Serengeti, the land of grassland stretching to the very edge of the world. As the northeast monsoon awakens the migratory instinct, millions of hooves commence the greatest pilgrimage on the planet, headed toward the north. February. In a mere 3 weeks, as many as 8,000 new souls emerge every single day. This is the strategy of predator satiation. They arrive with such swiftness, in such abundance. And when those who seek nourishment are fully satisfied, the collective opportunity for the herd's endurance is secured. However, under the intense warmth of the equator, extreme levels of tension can occasionally trigger the phenomenon of maternal detachment. In the Serengeti, the dawn of existence is often marked by the hurried breath of a transition ever present by its side. As night descends, accompanied by the sudden tempests of the sub-Saharan realm, African wild dogs begin to emerge from their sanctuary. They do not possess explosive speed, but their secret lies in endurance hunting. Within the unexpected torrential downpour, the earth, stripping away the sprinting capabilities of the one exhausted individual ultimately finds it impossible to remain standing within the storm. As dawn arrives, the Serengeti rises once more. But for the wildebeest herd, there is no place for repose. They understand that time is truly the greatest adversary. The promised land of Kenya still lies hundreds of parched miles ahead. Amidst the frantic pulse of the migratory torrent, a new existence, the collective, must remain vigilant and offer its protection. The foal arrives. In a world governed by acute senses, the scent of birth is a silent summons to a banquet for the predators. The mother zebra has no more moments to spare. Those vigorous caresses are intended to activate the peripheral circulatory system and dissolve the olfactory signature. Within 15 minutes, the foal is compelled to stand firm upon its four limbs. At that moment, the fresh marathon of endurance truly commences. The migratory legion now stretches across 40 kilometers, but up ahead, Mara River. The waterway renowned as the Gauntlet of Destiny, at the boundary between existence and the great abyss. Those predators from the Jurassic era have waited with profound patience for half a year. For the young wildebeest, this is the trial of fortitude. At the dawn of life, that is most demanding. A formidable psychological weight, built by the tens of thousands behind them, compels the leaders to plunge into the rushing torrent. In a state of overwhelming urgency, here, The depth and the vigor of the current become the steadfast allies of the armored guardians. The Nile crocodile possesses a pressure of 5,000 pounds per square inch. In the defining moment, the energy radiating from the process of anaerobic metabolism within the muscles has released a final reservoir of strength, allowing this fortunate wildebeest to slip away from the final vortex. Yet the law of the great pilgrimage is already inscribed. It is destined to traverse this daunting gauntlet twice every year, repeating a sacred wager of survival. As long as the heart maintains its steady rhythm and the limbs retain the grace to outpace the eternal shadow. Traversing the radiant periphery of the arid Ngorongoro crater, the migratory legion finally reaches the promised land of Kenya. But remain vigilant, for every paradise possesses its loyal guardians. A solitary lion never unwisely ventures into the heart of the massive collective of life. Instead, he conceals himself upon the fringes of the commotion, utilizing sharp stereoscopic vision for target selection. A momentary lapse by the fugitive has been settled through the vital stream. Encounters with the observers are inevitable. The wildebeests will continue to momentarily enjoy these days of abundance, gathering their essence until the final droplets of water evaporate beneath the equatorial sun. At that moment, the ancient rhythm will once again compel them to return to Tanzania. It will be a pilgrimage of dust and thirst, where they are destined to reunite with their old acquaintances. Beginning with the North Serengeti, the sovereign domain of approximately 100 cheetahs. Those who leave all other creatures behind in the relentless race for endurance, with only a single language, velocity. With a lightweight skeletal structure, immense lung capacity, and a flexible spine, the cheetah requires less than 2 seconds to reach a speed of 75 kilometers per hour. even peaking at 120 kilometers per hour, before the nervous system of its prey can transmit a signal of apprehension. To maintain this ultimate machine of speed, the cheetah requires at least 3 kilograms of sustenance every day. The malar stripes assist in absorbing the solar radiation, preventing any reflection. So that the eyes may remain locked on the objective. Even amidst the brilliance of the midday sun, 30 meters is the golden distance. But the air pressure undergoes a subtle shift. The instincts of the Thompson gazelle awaken, and though the moment is less than ideal, the cheetah is compelled to pursue. The balance of fate remains at 50-50. Yet the cheetah also possesses his own distinct mastery to pursue his preferred counterpart. The race reaches its conclusion. The cheetah has secured the vital fuel for his high-velocity engine. To endure within the savannah, merely being swift is not enough. You must be the ultimate embodiment of speed. However, the price to be paid is as immense as the velocity achieved. Just 1 minute is the threshold of metabolic overload. Breathing reaches 150 cycles per minute, and the body temperature rises to 40 degrees Celsius. This is the most delicate moment for the pursuer. The cheetah understands its position. The lioness is the apex predator, possessing sheer power and absolute dominance. In this realm, the one who finishes first in the race is sometimes merely the one who prepares the feast for the more formidable power. That is the reason why the male cheetahs oftentimes do not choose a solitary existence. They frequently form small coalitions consisting of 2 to 3 members who are brothers. However, the emergence of a coalition with as many as 5 members, entirely devoid of any biological kinship, is a phenomenon worthy of the profound attention of researchers. Why do the formidable choose to share their sovereign throne with those from outside their lineage? The territorial dominance of this Great Five extends across 400 square kilometers, 4 times larger than any singular domain that has ever existed in the North Serengeti. They have altered the equilibrium of the inherent food chain. Within the cheetah species, even the massive male topis, or the most robust wildebeests, find themselves yielding. This is the way that the most magnificent pursuers harness every strength and seek to balance their vulnerabilities, to endure. In stark contrast to the triumphant majesty of the coalition of five, a mother cheetah must solitarily provide for 4 young offspring, the silver mantle flowing along their spines, known as the mantle. They bear a striking resemblance to the honey badger, the most fierce and reckless creature of the savannah, whom even the lion regards with caution. Between a majestic lion and a daring honey badger, which pursuer do you believe commands more vigilance from its rivals? Returning to the devoted cheetah mother, sustaining lactation demands a colossal intake of calories. The mother cheetah must constantly relocate to conceal her young while unceasingly undertaking solitary and adventurous quests for sustenance. The governing instinct drives the great cats to execute the relentless strategy of interspecific competition. Within the crowded and narrow confines of the Serengeti, the boundaries of domains always overlap, only one. Out of 10 cheetah cubs possesses the opportunity to endure until adulthood. That is a rare privilege, purchased with absolute vigilance and breathtaking escapes from the very first breath of existence. With a collective that can reach up to 40 members, this is the lion pride with the most formidable presence on the savannah. A majestic mane, it serves as a protective shield and also as an affirmation of masculine strength. But the lionesses are the true backbone of the pride's social structure. They are the pursuers, who are most versatile and wise, with an explosive velocity of up to 80 kilometers per hour within meticulously calculated, coordinated huntings. And that represents the greatest concern for the cheetah mother, when she unintentionally encroaches upon the sovereign domain of the monarchs. The mother cheetah is depleted of her vital energy. And is compelled to desperately deploy the strategy of distraction display to create a window of opportunity for her 4 young ones to seek safety. Yet in the final reckoning, only a single offspring continues its journey. In this realm, velocity may provide a momentary feast, but only fortitude can safeguard the promise of the future. But the lion is not the only concern. Talik River is a turbulent waterway. The youthful cheetahs to fail to perceive the lurking presence. The mastery of crypsis by the Nile crocodile has reached a pinnacle of perfection. It commands the art of buoyancy control to transform its formidable frame into a silent element of the landscape. Fortunately, the pre-programmed reflexes of the swiftest pursuer on the planet have allowed the cheetah to elude the shadows by a narrow margin. Yet this youthful cheetah was not granted such a fortunate grace. The river bestows the essence of life upon those who seek its waters. And also calls upon them to sustain the inhabitants of the flow. Such is the way the cycle of life revolves. Even the lion is not exempt from this relentless vortex. Beneath the surface, every advantage of muscle and the terrestrial agility of the great cat is rendered ineffective. Especially when it is a lion cub who has yet to reach maturity. Nevertheless, in the grand design of nature, the terrain is always the decisive hand. The Nile crocodile occasionally must depart from the water's embrace to engage in the process of thermoregulation. At this very moment, the strategic balance is instantly inverted. It has stepped into the domain where the lion reigns supreme. The steel-like scales of the crocodile become futile. The final one, to challenge the lion, is not any aggressive pursuer, but a creature full of paradox, a bird that defies every law of the heavens. The ostrich, the most magnificent bird on the planet. This 3-meter-tall being has renounced the ability to fly to race with destiny across the African plains for over 20 million years. With a long, flexible neck and eyes that are greater in dimension than its own mind, the ostrich effortlessly perceives the watcher behind the grass. while most avian species maintain a four-toed structure. The ostrich retains only two, minimizing friction with the earth to its essence, and allowing its frame of over 100 kilograms to reach a velocity of 90 kilometers per hour. Every endeavor of the sovereign queen of the savannah vanishes into the void. Even in the most precarious of moments, the ostrich holds the final sanction, a thunderous strike from its powerful limbs. Serengeti is a battlefield woven from the evolutionary paradoxes between velocity, fortitude, and adaptation. The cheetah gambles everything on. Speed, yet must endure the bitter essence of losing the next generation. To the brute force of a pride. The lion, the uncrowned monarch of the earth, becomes diminished and vulnerable before the Nile crocodile. And the ostrich, the one who harnesses vision, pace, endurance, and sheer power to subdue the talons of fate. Within this vast arena, there are only those who prevail to behold the dawn of tomorrow, and those who fall to sustain the eternal cycle of nature. The sole and ultimate law remains: run swifter, strive harder, and adapt more profoundly. Returning to the wild icon of the savannah, the power of the lion is not inherited in tranquility. It is a throne forged through conflict and purchased with the price of scars. There, the white kings must sacrifice and engage in conflicts of manifold intensity. The snow-white coat is leucism, a mutational state. At the tyrosinase locus, belonging to the recessive gene group, distinguished from the sensitivity and the diminished vision of albinism. The white lion retains all other pigments upon its physical form. To the indigenous Shangaan people, the white lions are the star lions, emissaries from the heavens, sent down to preserve the equilibrium of the sacred Timbavati lands. However, that beauty, as if emerging from legend, inadvertently strips away the gift of camouflage. This prominence does not merely alert the objective. depriving the hunt of the element of surprise, but also attracts rivals, longing to eliminate the anomaly. If granted the choice, would you favor the majestic countenance of a star lion, or choose the common yet effective tawny coat? Within the kingdom of relentless elimination, a solitary entity bearing the shroud of white might easily succumb to the laws of concealment. Yet, a formidable pride will serve as an unyielding shield to shelter this paradox, allowing it to tread with defiance. The lion is the solitary great cat upon the planet to establish an organized and profoundly cohesive social architecture. Their fortitude resides not merely within the sharpened talons or the colossal sinews, but within the social bonds and the absolute instinct to safeguard their kin. Typically, the authority of the pride resides with the male lions. Yet at times there exists another form of sovereign power, more silent, more acute, and more mathematical in nature. That is the reign of the lioness. She does not possess the physical manifestation of a monarch in the conventional sense, yet she governs through a strategic depth that far transcends any form of pure muscular might. Without the sanctuary of a family, the solitary lioness commenced her journey as a nomadic lioness. And she tempered her instincts into a weapon of singular precision. Through her acute intuition and an innate capacity to command allegiance, she gathered other wandering lionesses, individuals who had been cast out or had lost their kin, to lay the foundation for an entirely new dynasty. Under her guidance, they were forged into the ultimate warriors. Within the pursuit, the queen commands her warrior sisters. With absolute precision, with patience, and in utter silence. No quarry can evade an ambush of such meticulous positioning to timing and profound synergy. Through this, the queen and her pride govern a territory exceeding 50 square kilometers, right within the heart of the Masai Mara. An autonomous kingdom, rich in water sources and quarry, yet also a constant objective for ambitious outsiders. When a formidable nomadic male emerges, with the intent to usurp the throne, the queen immediately demonstrates that leadership is the ultimate weapon. The challenger, though possessing the raw power of a monarch, is ultimately forced to retreat in ignominy before a collective guided by a genius mind. Beyond being a formidable warrior or a cunning strategist, the Lion Queen is also a magnificent mother of the savannah. She nurtures her first lineage, instilling within them the codes of life. She has etched into their consciousness an eternal truth: wisdom, patience, and solidarity. Shall always hold a more vital station than mere muscular force. She continues to compose the epic of herself and her pride through resilient existence and a grand vision, a crownless queen, yet one of profound power over the African lands. Meanwhile, in the Serengeti, there remain relentless conflicts for sovereignty waged by formidable monarchs. They are a male coalition, impossible to subdue. Led by a displaced prince, bearing upon himself the scars of past defeats, yet his eyes still burn with a fierce dominance drive. Beside him stands a battle-hardened vanguard. Together, they conquer across the vast plains in pursuit of a kingdom, worthy of their ultimate ambition, where their roar shall become the solitary law. A clash of talons and explosive muscular force erupts as this coalition stands in direct confrontation with the former monarch of the land, until the absolute authority of the displaced prince claims victory. The Valley of Blood and Fire is born. The coalition asserts its dominance through coordinated pursuits. That far transcend any conventional biological limits. They do not dissipate their energy upon effortless objectives. The ambition of the coalition is directed squarely at the most resilient and perilous beings. The coalition overwhelmed the near-ton titan in a mere heartbeat. Harnessing their combined mass and enveloping maneuvers to neutralize the horns of destiny. But the pinnacle of power and the essence of audacity is the confrontation with the African elephant. It is a definitive affirmation. Sent unto the whole of the Serengeti, no living being lies beyond the reach of the coalition. A new apex predator force has truly ascended, and their roar shall resonate eternally. In the chronicles of this wild expanse, as an epic of strength and ultimate solidarity. Time of the kick is a mere 15 milliseconds, 10 times faster than the blink of a human eye. The impact force is 5 times the bird's body weight, sufficient to shatter the skull or snap the snake's spine instantly. They also utilize their broad wings as a shield to distract and deflect the snake's strikes. Another intelligent hunting strategy of the secretary bird is hunting at the fire line. During the dry season, as natural fires sweep across the grasslands, the secretary bird waits at the flame's edge. They snatch small animals fleeing in panic from the blaze. Though a symbol featured on the South African coat of arms representing protection and vigilance, secretary bird numbers are dwindling. They are classified as endangered globally. The loss of grassland habitat is the greatest threat to these flamboyant karate fighters. Four, the bush elephant and the river of giants. Leaving far behind the arid plains of Satara, we seek the source of life, Kruger's intricate network of rivers, the Sabi, the Olifants, and the Luvuvu. These are the green lifelines amidst the scorching cauldron. But these cooling waters are not for the weak. This is the domain of the heavyweights, where weight is measured in tons and strength is gauged by destruction. One of them is the African bush elephant. Kruger stands as one of the last and greatest strongholds for this species on Earth. Weighing 6 tons and standing 4 meters tall, they are mobile fortresses with no natural predators. The ecological role of the elephant is that of a keystone species, architects of the environment. As herds move through riverine forests, they function as biological bulldozers. They topple trees, snap massive branches, and trample thickets. This action prevents canopy closure, maintaining open corridors for antelope and zebra to access water sources. During the dry season, elephants use their tusks and trunks to dig elephant wells in dry riverbeds. These water holes sustain the entire ecosystem when surface water vanishes. Elephants possess emotional intelligence and a social structure of the highest complexity. They live in a matriarchal society, led by the oldest female. The elephant brain features highly developed temporal lobes, the storage center for long-term memory. The matriarch recalls the exact location of water sources from decades past, guiding the herd through historic droughts. However, in Kruger, the success of the elephant is becoming a conundrum: overpopulation. Elephant numbers in Kruger have exceeded 20,000 individuals, far surpassing the environment's carrying capacity. Such extreme density prevents vegetation from recovering. Ancient baobab trees thousands of years old and marula forests are being severely devastated by elephants seeking water and bark. This is an agonizing conservation paradox. When a species is protected too successfully, it can become a threat to its own habitat. Yet, Witnessing a herd majestically descend to the Sabi River, spraying water in the sunset, one cannot help but be overwhelmed by the grandeur of nature. Sharing the river with the elephant is a boisterous and surly neighbor, the hippopotamus. They are often misunderstood as slow, docile creatures due to their rotund appearance. However, in reality, the hippo is the deadliest large mammal in Africa. They possess ivory canines up to 50 centimeters long, razor-sharp, and featuring a self-sharpening mechanism. The hippo's bite force reaches 2,000 pounds per square inch, sufficient to snap a crocodile in half or crush a small boat. The hippo's body is a marvel of aquatic adaptation. Their skin is extremely sensitive and hairless, highly prone to sunburn and dehydration. For protection, their bodies secrete a red mucus fluid, often mistaken for blood. In reality, these are hipposudoric and norhipposudoric acids. They act as a high-grade natural sunscreen, absorbing UV rays and possessing powerful antibacterial properties. They help wounds heal quickly in dirty water environments. A fascinating fact few people know: hippos cannot swim. Their bodies are too dense and heavy due to solid bones, causing them to sink in water. Instead, they walk or gallop along the riverbed. They propel themselves to the surface to breathe and then sink back down, a process that is automated even while sleeping. The hippo's role in the river is critically important. At night, they emerge to graze, consuming up to 40 kilograms of vegetation. By day, they return to the water and deposit massive amounts of dung. This action helps transfer nutrients from the land to the riverbed, nourishing plankton and fish populations. However, the relationship between hippos and elephants is a tense rivalry. Hippos are highly territorial underwater, but the elephant is simply too massive to be bullied. When elephants descend to drink, hippos often choose a tactical retreat, ceding space to the stronger giant. In Kruger, the greatest threat to hippos is not predators, but drought. When rivers dry up, they are forced into cramped, stagnant pools. This leads to the rapid spread of anthrax bacteria, which can kill hundreds of hippos in a single season. Camouflaged beneath layers of duckweed and mud lies the true king of the subaquatic world, the Nile crocodile. Kruger is home to the largest crocodiles in South Africa, with some individuals reaching lengths of up to 5 meters. They are the embodiment of predatory perfection, their anatomy remaining virtually unchanged for the past 200 million years. Their ultimate weapon is their bite. The measured bite force reaches 3,700 pounds per square inch, PSI, the strongest in the modern animal kingdom. The conical tooth structure allows them to grip prey tightly, ensuring no escape. Unable to chew, the crocodile employs the death roll technique. They clamp onto their prey and spin their bodies underwater to rip off large chunks of flesh. Crocodiles possess the extraordinary metabolism of an ectotherm. An adult crocodile, after a substantial meal, can go without food for months or even an entire year. They lie motionless, slowing their heart rate to the bare minimum, awaiting the next opportunity. However, the crocodile population in Kruger is facing a mysterious disease. Pansteatitis, yellow fat disease. The cause stems from water pollution and a shift in the food chain involving the consumption of toxic catfish. The crocodile's fat layer hardens, causing agony and restricting mobility, leading to mass die-offs in the Oliphant's gorge. The relationship between the crocodile and the hippo is a fragile truce. They often bask side by side in peace. Observers have even witnessed baby crocodiles climbing onto a hippo's back to bask, though this is rare and risky. But this peace is merely superficial. Crocodiles are always stalking straying hippo calves, and the mother hippo is ready to snap in two any crocodile that approaches her offspring. Furthermore, crocodiles know how to exploit the presence of other species to hunt. They often glide silently near moving hippos or Goliath herons. The water disturbance caused by these giants flushes out panicked small fish, and the crocodile simply waits with open jaws. Intelligent, patient, and ruthless, the Nile crocodile is the embodiment of the most primal fear in Kruger. In the shadows of the riverine vegetation, an agile creature moves silently. The Nile monitor, one of the few creatures daring enough to challenge the Nile crocodile. This is Africa's largest lizard, capable of reaching lengths of up to 2.2 meters. They resemble miniature dragons, possessing muscular bodies, razor-sharp claws, and long, powerful tails. The Nile monitor is the savannah's ultimate triathlete. They sprint across the ground at blistering speeds. They scale trees with the dexterity of a monkey, aided by curved claws. And underwater, they swim masterfully, using their laterally compressed tail as a paddle, able to hold their breath for up to 1 hour. This versatility transforms them into formidable opportunistic predators and scavengers. But their absolute delicacy, and the reason they are the crocodile's public enemy number 1, is eggs. Nile monitors are professional egg thieves. Mother crocodiles are devoted guardians, but they cannot stand watch 24/7. In the brief moment the mother slips into the water to cool off, the monitor seizes the opportunity. Using a hypersensitive sense of smell and a snake-like forked tongue, they pinpoint nests buried deep within the sand. With powerful forelegs, they dig in a frenzy, unearthing the nutritious eggs and devouring them whole. Scientists estimate that monitors destroy up to 50% of crocodile eggs each breeding season. They serve as a natural pressure valve, controlling the population of the dominant reptile. However, the life of a thief is never easy. If intercepted by the mother, the monitor is crushed in an instant. They live on the razor's edge of survival, relying on speed and cunning to exist in the shadow of giants. Leaving the bustling rivers of the south behind, we venture to the far north of Kruger, Punda Maria and Pafuri. This is the park's forgotten land, where the climate is more tropical and the vegetation denser. Vibrant yellow fever tree forests and ancient baobabs, thousands of years old, stand tall like sentinels. The scarcity of tourists transforms this place into a sanctuary for the shyest and most exotic species. Phantoms that very few have the chance to witness in a lifetime. Concealed within the dense riverine thickets of the Luvuvu River lies one of Africa's most beautiful yet most enigmatic antelopes, the lowland Nyala. This species exhibits the most pronounced sexual dimorphism in the antelope family. Females sport a radiant chestnut-orange coat with striking white stripes, resembling the fashion models of the jungle. In contrast, the male dons a dark, shaggy charcoal grey coat, crowned with proud spiraled horns. The Nyala is an extremely shy species. They rarely venture out of the thickets by day, remaining most active at dawn or dusk. But the most intriguing aspect of the Nyala is how they resolve conflict. Instead of locking horns in bloody combat like buffalo or wildebeest, male Nyala opt for a more civilized and artistic method. It is the tactic of lateral presentation, or in layman's terms, the puffing up display. When two males vie for territory or females, they parade parallel to one another. They erect the white dorsal crest along their spines to its maximum height. They move with a slow, exaggerated, high-stepping gait. The goal is to flaunt their body size, appearing larger and more intimidating in the eyes of their rival. This is a tense psychological warfare. Whichever male boasts a higher crest, a more imposing physique, and a more confident demeanor wins without spilling a drop of blood. The subordinate will automatically flatten his crest and quietly slink away. Only when two rivals are too evenly matched and neither backs down does violence erupt. In Kruger, the Nyala was once a rarity, restricted to the far north. But thanks to conservation efforts and habitat expansion, their population is thriving and gradually expanding southward. Against the deep blue sky reflected in the waters of the Sabi River, a resonant, high-pitched call rings out. It is the cry of the African fish eagle. For anyone who has visited Kruger, this sound is the quintessential voice of Africa. It evokes a sense of the wild, of freedom, and of majesty. Clad in chestnut plumage, with a stark white head and breast, the African fish eagle is the icon of the riverine skies. True to its name, their primary diet is fish. From a high perch, the eagle's keen eyes can detect a fish swimming beneath the surface from a great distance. They instinctively calculate light refraction to pinpoint the prey's exact location. The fish eagle's dive is an aerodynamic masterpiece. At the final second, they throw their talons forward, skimming the water's surface to snatch their quarry. Their feet are equipped with microscopic barbs called spicules. These act like velcro, ensuring a firm grip. Line fish kilograms eats who he cannot into their US hatch t-shirts or their castles to into full of gold. Africa king wingspan of 2.3 meters. Towering amidst the river, they resemble ancient sculptures. The Goliath heron's hunting tactic is predicated on absolute stillness. They can stand motionless for hours in the shallows, golden eyes locked onto the water's surface. This patience helps them deceive even the most wary fish, leading prey to mistake their legs for dead wood. When the moment strikes, the Goliath heron's attack is as fast as a lightning bolt. The long, sharp beak, hard as a spear, plunges down to impale the water. Goliath herons frequently catch large fish, weighing up to 2 to 3 kilograms. However, catching the fish is one thing, swallowing it is another matter entirely. Because the prey is so large, the Goliath heron takes considerable time to maneuver and swallow it whole. This is when they are most vulnerable to piracy. The African fish eagle frequently targets the Goliath heron. Seeing the heron struggling with a large catch, the eagle dives down to attack. Though massive, the Goliath heron is lumbering and clumsy in the air, often forced to abandon its prize to save its own life. The Goliath heron is a highly territorial and solitary bird. Each individual governs a vast stretch of river, so their density in Kruger is very low. Encountering a hunting Goliath heron is a rare and precious experience for any nature photographer. They are icons of stillness, perseverance, and the melancholic beauty of the river. The presence of the Nyala is an indicator of a healthy and pristine riverine ecosystem. If the Nyala is a phantom, then the common eland are the titans of the antelope world. This is the world's largest antelope. A mature male can weigh up to 900 kilograms, equivalent to a Cape buffalo. With their massive bulk, large dewlaps, and straight spiraled horns, the eland resembles an ox more than an antelope. In the culture of the San people, the Bushmen, the eland is a sacred animal. They frequently feature in ancient rock art, holding profound spiritual significance. Despite their gigantic proportions, the eland is an extremely shy and wary creature. They possess agility that is astonishing for their body weight. A 1-ton eland can effortlessly perform a standing jump over a 2-meter fence. When on the move, the eland herd emits a distinctive sound, a continuous click-click. This sound does not emanate from the mouth, but from their knees. The foreleg tendon slipping over the carpal bone creates a loud noise audible from hundreds of meters away. Scientists believe this is a form of internal communication signal. In dense thickets or the dead of night, these clicks help members locate one another. They keep the herd cohesive without the need for vocalizations that might attract predators. The frequency and volume of the click also reveal the size and fitness of the dominant male, serving to intimidate rivals. Elands also share an intimate symbiotic relationship with the red-billed oxpecker. Due to their vast surface area, the eland serves as a giant mobile restaurant for these tick-eating birds. However, their sheer size also makes them a prized target for lions. But taking down an eland is no easy feat. They possess immense stamina and a lethal rear kick. In northern Kruger, eland are typically nomadic, constantly traversing vast territories in search of browse and fresh grass. Encountering an eland herd lumbering majestically through the morning mist is a mesmerizing experience, evoking a primeval and wild Africa. In the shadows of the northern Mopane forests, the honey badger is a diminutive creature that possesses a reputation far more legendary than any giant. The Guinness Book of World Records has recognized it as the world's most fearless creature. Though weighing only about 10 to 15 kilograms, the honey badger possesses the attitude of the invincible. They are ready to confront lions, leopards, hyenas, or even buffalo if they stand in their way. The secret to the honey badger's strength lies in its skin. Their skin is extremely thick, tough, and possesses rubber-like elasticity. Lion claws, leopard fangs, or porcupine quills find it very difficult to penetrate this biological armor. Crucially, this skin is exceedingly loose-fitting. If a lion bites the nape of a honey badger, it can twist 180 degrees right inside its own skin. This allows it to turn back and shred the nose or eyes of the attacker with sharp teeth and extreme bite force. The second defense mechanism is chemical warfare. The honey badger has anal glands capable of spraying a foul-smelling and eye-stinging fluid potent enough to suffocate any predator. But what makes the honey badger a legend is its venom resistance. Their favorite food is venomous snakes, including cobras and puff adders. The honey badger's immune system has evolved to neutralize both neurotoxins and hemotoxins. During combat, the honey badger is frequently bitten. It may collapse, convulse, and fall into a comatose state for a few hours. But then, like a miracle, it wakes up, shakes itself off, and continues to finish the snake that just failed to kill it. The honey badger's intelligence also astounds scientists. They are among the few animals known to use tools. They know how to position logs to stand on and reach beehives, or use sticks to dig. In Kruger, honey badgers are solitary nomads, holding no fixed territory and fearing no one. Even hungry lions often choose to give a wide berth to this maniac, for the price to pay for such a small meal is simply too high. That is why Kruger stands as a vital ecological arena of South Africa. It is a living heritage, a last bastion where nature still operates according to the most primal laws. From the brutal war for dominance between lions and baboons on the granite hills, to the death races of the cheetah on the Satara plains, and the silent survival of rare species like the pangolin or nyala in the northern thickets. Every creature, whether predator or prey, is scripting its own epic saga. But whether this story continues rests with us. Kruger is facing unprecedented challenges: rhino poaching, climate change, and human pressure. Rangers and conservationists fight day and night in a silent war to protect every inch of this land and every life within it. Our collective concern and awareness are the most powerful weapons to preserve this treasure for future generations. In the great battle for survival at Kruger, which animal impressed you the most? The cunning intelligence of the baboon or the absolute power of the lion coalition? With the longest gestation period among terrestrial mammals, requiring 660 days to gather energy and nutrients to welcome a 100-kilogram calf. The baby elephant must find its footing within mere moments of arrival. Because at Savuti, the scent of new existence. Is the signal that awakens the primal instinct of those who follow the path of the hunt. When the Savuti Channel completely receded, in 1981, artificial waterholes were established. Instead of embarking on a journey of hundreds of kilometers to the Okavango Delta, thousands of elephants decided to settle permanently at Savuti and became a colossal yet high-stakes source of sustenance for the Savuti Pride. A super pride of more than 40 members. They transcend the barriers of physical scale to place the African bush elephant upon their menu of survival. From August to November, the migration leaves a colossal biological void, and the African bush elephant occupies more than 90% of the remaining animal biomass. To adapt to these demanding conditions and the scarcity of traditional sustenance, the predators completely restructure their instincts by daring to challenge the giants. On average, every 3 days, one elephant concludes its journey. This specialized sustenance elevates the daily consumption of each member to double compared to any other typical pride. Until one moonlit night, the nocturnal pursuit is so sudden and profound that even the matriarch of the herd cannot withstand the tide. Countering the aggressive prowess of the hunters is a steadfast fortress operated under the guidance of the matriarchs. Possessing a brain weighing over 5 kilograms, with a highly developed temporal lobe and hippocampus, she holds invaluable ecological memory. During the most demanding days, the matriarch calmly leads her kin based on memory of underground water veins hidden half a century ago. Through the analysis of acoustic fingerprints, the matriarch accurately distinguishes the sound frequency of an adult male lion. From less formidable pursuers, to reach a decision through infrasound signals below 20 Hertz. Losing a matriarch, cortisol levels in the blood of the young rise sharply, softening the immune system and brain development. Making the young one a vulnerable focus for any predators. Fortunately, another female in the herd has offered sustenance to the orphaned young and accepted the responsibility of guidance. However, the high density of the Savuti herds under immense consumption needs has led to a profound transformation of the vegetation. Now, the herd no longer holds the strength to compete with other herds. They are compelled to venture further to seek nutritional resources. And a path away from the reach of the lions. Meanwhile, the sovereignty of the Savuti pride is not an eternal privilege. From the western Mababe Plains, nomadic male lions, carrying the ambition of acquisition, begin their encroachment upon the territory. In the world of the Savannah Kings, authority always aligns with the ability to safeguard boundaries. And when the ruler passes away, that order shatters beyond restoration. To protect the youthful generations, the proud elephant hunters are compelled to retreat toward the north. At this moment, the two most formidable forces of the wilderness, the African bush elephant and the Savuti pride, no longer stand on opposing sides of the battleground. They remain only as wandering entities, diligently seeking their final breath of existence. The journey of hundreds of kilometers toward the northeast has guided the wanderers into Zimbabwe. October in the Zambezi Valley. Is the moment when the Earth's axis and tropical high pressure converge, frequently pushing temperatures beyond 45 degrees Celsius. Every previous advantage of numbers is neutralized. Hydration is a daily metabolic necessity for the Cape buffalo to sustain the flame of existence. A consequence of a nervous system not yet tempered through setback has led these young ones to violate the golden rule of apex predators: strategic patience. In a state of dehydration, the assertiveness of the buffalo is elevated to its zenith. No longer the pursuers, lions become the hunted. By the very ones they hunt. The mother lion has guided the young ones to select and await the opportune moment when the pursuit becomes most fragile. But these Cape buffalo, separated from the herd, seem anything but simple. The male Cape buffalo often depart to establish bachelor groups with only 2 to 5 members. They are known as the Dagger Boys. Every ounce of their energy is channeled toward a single purpose: self-preservation. They are a vast library of behavior, allowing them to interpret every movement of the most formidable pursuers before the engagement even begins. The pride's strategy is to guide the target into the sandy chutes. The nearly 1-ton weight of the Cape buffalo becomes its own adversary. But the Dagger Boy completely shatters the pride's efforts to control its center of gravity. The giant successfully navigates his escape with a physical concession of his tail. This setback uncovers the tactical developing stage of the young hunters. As they have yet to master the rhythm of the engagement and the ability to conclude the pursuit. Before the intense resistance of an entity guarding its final existence. No longer overcoming the giants, the lions are compelled to aim for more optimal pursuits. But the parched sky of the Zambezi Valley is an invisible network of biological intelligence, openly resisting the encroacher. Upon the granite outcrops and steep sand cliffs, the Chakma baboon troops reign like temple guardians who never sleep. With trichromatic vision, similar to that of humans, the chacma baboon easily uncovers the straw-colored camouflage of the lion within the dry grass. A single sentinel individual requires only a glance to identify even the slightest shift. It is an interspecies signal. The element of surprise is completely neutralized. Transforming the pursuit into an impossible mission even before it begins. The barks of the baboons transform a concealed ambush into an open pursuit. The warthog is still expected to be an accessible target due to its sturdy appearance. But this perception is a miscalculation by the developing hunters. The warthog effortlessly utilizes the flexibility of its joints to execute intricate and sharp maneuvers. Once again, muscular prowess will forever remain an ineffective tool if not guided by a strategic mindset that understands every grain of the battleground. Not only wrestling with tenacious pursuits, the youthful pride also endures dual pressure from the environment and the threatening presence of rivals occupying the opposite bank. The lions begin to conquer the heights of the leadwood and acacia canopies. Here, they access the cooling convection currents and an absolute panoramic view of up to 2 kilometers with a retinal structure optimized for detecting movement. Hunger is restructuring the entire neural network and honing the intellect of the lion pride. The young hunters have entered a phase of evolution in apex cognition. They have become strategists, knowing how to wait until the variables of terrain, gravity, and the exhaustion of the opponent converge at a single point to initiate the decisive engagement. The lion pride remains perfectly concealed atop the sandy chutes, where the laws of gravity and friction will soon become potent allies for the pursuers. One buffalo is left behind, with a physique bearing the marks of previous territorial challenges. While the lead female draws all focus from the direct front, the youthful lions immediately advance from the blind spots, establishing anchor points. Two nearby Cape buffalo return to offer assistance. The lion pride is no longer a group of awkward apprentices. Seizing the perfect temporal window, the mother lion initiates the concluding movement. This successful engagement serves as a milestone marking the evolution of tactical coordination within the young pride. Pride has been restored, and yet the grand gathering of nature has only just begun. The lappet-faced vulture is the largest and most assertive vulture species in Africa. With a gastric pH level nearing 1.0, they possess the ability to neutralize the most formidable pathogens such as anthrax or botulism. Preventing the emergence of imbalances across the entire ecosystem. Here, the youthful lions encounter their final trial, safeguarding their sustenance. Meanwhile, the elephant herd at Savuti welcomes the destined rains of November. The indigenous San and Baye people believe that thunder is the ceremonial drum signaling a cycle of rebirth for Mother Earth. As for the new dynasty of the Savuti Pride, this is the moment their prowess reaches its ultimate threshold, with a cunning asymmetric advantage. The resounding thunder disrupts the infrasound communication. Which serves as the vital bond of the elephant herd. The focus of the Savuti Pride is upon the juveniles and subadults from 4 to 15 years of age, the young males. With their curious nature and the more relaxed protection from the herd. Despite the defensive efforts of the pursuit, the absolute disparity in vision and velocity during the storm determines the outcome. After a profound night, the herd attempts to locate their missing member. Unaware that the young one is 5 kilometers away, the instinct for survival urges it toward the waterhole. But it is too weary to proceed. In the end, the elephant encounters no further struggle. The transition is never an ultimate conclusion. It is merely a conveyance of energy to make space for a new beginning. The matriarch has just welcomed a new male calf. The orphan who was once embraced years ago has now stepped through the threshold of maturity. It assumes the role of safeguarding the younger sibling, much like the way the elder once offered dedication for its sake. A conveyance of the legacy of loyalty through the generations. The savannah may reclaim everything. But it can never erase the essence of grace and the dignity of those who stand together. Departing from the perilous sand cliffs of Savuti to advance into Zambia. Reaching the southern extremity of the Great Rift Valley. South Luangwa National Park is a pristine wilderness sanctuary spanning an area of 9,050 square kilometers. In the 1950s, amidst a global context that still regarded hunting as a measure of conquest, the conservationist Norman Carr pioneered the establishment of the walking safari. Here, the Luangwa River is one of the few major river systems in the world, untouched by human intervention. The freedom of the waters has created a characteristic terrain with numerous oxbow lakes and fertile floodplains where the density of leopard and hippopotamus is the highest on the entire continent. Without the need for a roar or an accompanying pride, the leopard governs the night through the stillness and fluidity of a true predator. The scale of this species ranges from 30 to 90 kilograms. depending on gender and environmental conditions, with a body length that can reach nearly 2 meters. The territory of the leopard in the Luangwa Valley region varies significantly by individual and gender. A male may occupy an expanse from 28 to 56 square kilometers, while a female oversees areas from 3 to over 40 square kilometers. These domains often overlap, particularly between males and females during the season of lineage, yet conflict rarely emerges without the element of direct competition. Owing to a diverse dietary repertoire, the leopard adapts seamlessly to various environments, including the arid open woodlands of central Luangwa. A solitary, deliberate, and discreet lifestyle is how the leopard becomes one of the most efficient hunters, possessing stalking skills that are iconic within the predatory realm. The leopard's coat is adorned with rosettes that serve as a perfect veil of camouflage. With nocturnal vision approximately 7 times that of a human, they utilize the darkness as a cloak, covering every movement. When the moment is ripe, they surge with a velocity that can reach 58 kilometers per hour. Once the pursuit has been concluded, the leopard never leaves the result upon the ground. They understand that other carnivores will not overlook an effortless opportunity. The Cape baboon begins its day with confidence and commotion, as if this land is a familiar sanctuary. This is a large primate, highly intelligent, and among the most organized in southern Africa. An adult male can weigh up to 40 kilograms and reach over 1.2 meters in length. Approximately triple the average mass of a female. They exist in troops of 20 to 80 individuals, in which a dominant male assumes the role of guiding movement, providing guardianship, and maintaining order. These enduring social bonds not only unify the troop when encountering a predator, but also foster a community with high capacities for learning and adaptation. As true omnivores, the Cape baboon consumes almost anything digestible, even small fauna. The Cape baboon often monitors the seasonal shifts of resources, particularly the fruiting groves along the Luangwa River or near the wetlands during the rainy season. As the dry season arrives, the troops retreat to the highlands, assisting them in avoiding potential predators. Despite being a focal point for hunters, the Cape baboon has been documented to organize collective responses for defense. The communication capabilities of this species are regarded as among the most sophisticated within the realm of non-human primates. They utilize over 30 distinct vocalizations combined with facial expressions and body postures to warn, coordinate, or convey emotions within the troop. Behavioral studies from the Wildlife Conservation Society during the 2023 to 2024 period confirm that the physical language of the Cape baboon can shift depending on the social context, the terrain, and the intricate relationships between individuals in the troop. The impala possesses neither claws nor sharp fangs. Only a keen intuition and instantaneous reflexes to navigate their existence amidst a wilderness filled with profound challenges. With an average mass ranging from 40 to 75 kilograms and a shoulder height of approximately 90 centimeters, the impala possesses a perfected physical proportion, capable of leaps extending up to 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height. The impala may be perceived as an essential nutritional link in the eyes of many carnivores in South Luangwa. Yet they are by no means passive. Beyond physical prowess, the impala employs highly effective communal strategies. Living within a herd minimizes the risk of being a focal point, aided by the dilution effect. The dietary regimen of the impala is remarkably fluid. They primarily graze upon grasses, yet will consume leaves, young shoots, or even fruits when necessary. The ability to transition their sustenance allows the impala to endure across various climates and vegetation types. A vital advantage in an ecosystem continuously reshaped by environmental shifts. A being frequently misunderstood by many, the spotted hyena. Each individual is a fragment of an organized community known as a clan. A matriarchal social structure where the females hold sovereignty. A clan may comprise up to 80 individuals, dispersed across a vast territorial range, yet bound together through unique social rituals. The fission-fusion structure of the clan grants the hyena fluidity in both procurement and resource management. Existing far beyond the scavenger label often imposed by human perception in approximately 60% of instances, The spotted hyena actively organizes large-scale, cooperative, and efficient pursuits. When targeting substantial pursuits, they typically coordinate in groups of 3 to 15 individuals, establishing a clear formation and distribution of roles. With a velocity of up to 60 kilometers per hour and superior endurance, they can maintain the pursuit over distances of several kilometers. The bite force of the spotted hyena reaches 4,500 newtons, the most formidable among all carnivorous mammals. Within the ecological tapestry of South Luangwa, the role of the spotted hyena includes the processing of organic remains. A vital ecological service that minimizes the risk of pathogen outbreaks. Their dietary versatility and highly resilient physiology represent a profound survival advantage. Less clamorous than central Luangwa, it is the very tranquility of the southern loop and Nsefu sector that nurtures the Thornycroft's giraffe, an endemic subspecies found nowhere else on Earth. Although restricted to the Luangwa Valley, primarily within South Luangwa National Park and segments of Luambe National Park, the Thornycroft's giraffe still moves according to the cycles of the dry and rainy seasons, along the ecological corridors of the Luangwa River in pursuit of fresh foliage and secure water sources. This movement is not a long-distance migration, such as that seen among the herbivores of the Serengeti Plains. Yet it plays an essential role in maintaining biological equilibrium. Preventing the overutilization of vegetation in any fixed area. The Southern Loop and Nsefu sector also serve as the sanctuary for the Crawshay's zebra. This is a rare subspecies of the plains zebra. They primarily inhabit the dry grasslands and savannas to the east of the Luangwa River. The Crawshay's zebra possesses a highly distinctive patterning, void of the shadow stripes, commonly seen in the Burchell's zebra. The lion has no need for a display of power. Its mere presence is enough to command the caution of the entire savanna. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the ancestors of the lion once traversed the ice fields of Europe, the deserts of the Middle East, and the expansive African plains. But today their footprints are primarily found within sub-Saharan Africa, with a single relict population remaining in India. South Luangwa stands as one of the final natural strongholds, maintaining a stable and high-density population. Lions exist in social units known as a pride, with the lionesses serving as the soul of the group. Meanwhile, the male lion assumes the duty of territorial guardianship. From May to October, the dry season renders water sources scarce and vegetation brittle, compelling most fauna to converge upon the final remaining pools. Their fluid physiology allows for leaps exceeding 11 meters in a single bound. According to 2024 statistics from Panthera and the IUCN Red List, the lion population in Africa has declined by over 40% in the last 30 years, with total estimates now ranging between only 20,000 and 25,000 individuals in the wild. South Luangwa remains a beacon of hope thanks to rigorous conservation efforts, anti-poaching initiatives, satellite monitoring of the prides, and elevating the awareness of local communities. Certain renowned prides in central Luangwa, such as the Big Pride, which once numbered over 30 individuals, have now diverged into several smaller groups. They are dispersed around regions such as Mwamba and Nsefu, continuing to write the saga of their dynasty upon the grasslands and red soils of this valley. The bateleur is an iconic eagle endemic to sub-Saharan Africa. Its signature flight pattern, resembling a dry leaf tossed by the wind, is the product of a truncated tail unlike any other eagle species. The territory of a bateleur spans approximately 650 square kilometers. They are uncompromising toward encroachers, particularly those of the same gender. They are exemplary opportunists, equally adept at pursuing small fauna, such as birds, reptiles, and insects. As they are at processing the remains of larger beings. They are often among the first to identify organic remains from a distance, surpassed only by the vultures. Where such remains are often the legacy of great pursuits, the bateleur functions as a vital agent of ecological purification. The bateleur frequently bathes in the pools, lingering after the rain, thereafter perching upon high branches with wings outspread to dry its dense plumage and absorb the solar warmth. Leaving behind the dense emerald canopies of Southeast Asia, we travel across the globe to a completely different world. Trading those humid, shaded rainforests for the open plains is a whole new ballgame. We now step onto the sun-drenched golden horizons of the African savanna. And right at the center of this sun-drenched arena, we encounter a creature that often gets a bad rap. But truly commands our respect: the spotted hyena. This is the story of how a myth was made and how science took nearly a century to break it. Hyenas eat carrion. Hyenas live off others. The hyena is the coward of the savanna, its giggle the sound of the undeserving. That image has clung to this species since the 19th century. Reinforced by hundreds of documentaries, thousands of pages of text, and the natural human instinct. When watching an animal with a sloping back, massive jaws, and an eerie laugh approach a carcass, no one asked. Whose kill it was? Hans Kruk. In 1966, Ngorongoro crater, Tanzania, Kruk arrived to test, no hypothesis. He came to observe, and he observed long enough to see what those before him could not. The hyenas were eating prey that they had hunted themselves. The lions arrived and drove them off. Then, when the lions had finished and departed, the hyenas returned to the remains. Kruk wrote it in The Spotted Hyena, published in 1972, page 141, in the flattest scientific language. That it was the lions that were behaving as scavengers. After Kruk came Kay Holekamp. In 1988, she came to the Mara. To begin a long-term study of the spotted hyena. The Holekamp Lab at Michigan State University. Now tracks 4 clans in the Mara: Talik West, Serena North, Serena South, Happy Zebra, and an unknown clan. Journal of Zoology in 1997 stated that active hunting rates of the spotted hyena by location ranged from 43 to 95%. At the Mara, 80% of the food was earned through tactical via a 5-kilometer acoustic network. The data from Mills in 1990 in the African Journal of Ecology indicated that in zones of lion and hyena overlap, lions steal meals from hyenas, 6.8 times more often than the reverse. Roughly 14% of all hyena meals are taken away. The myth is inverted once more, when not only is the hyena not the scavenger, but the hyena is the victim of the scavenger lion. That is what we are attempting here, not to persuade you the hyena is good or bad. Because those categories do not apply in ecology, which helps you see the Mara clan for what it truly is. A complex, sophisticated organizational system optimized for a specific environment, and understand that anything enduring long enough. In demanding conditions like the Mara, has its own rhyme and reason. And the next time you hear the hyena's call in the dark, remember that it is not the sound of cowardice. It is a distributed command structure coordinating the most sophisticated hunting unit of any African predator. When the smallest adult female enters, the largest male steps aside. Because in the Mara clan system, rank is not something you negotiate or contest daily. It is determined once and endures until someone above you in the hierarchy dies. The spotted hyena is the only social carnivore known. In which females dominate completely at the systemic level. Every adult female in the clan outranks every adult male, no exceptions. The mechanism is prenatal. Female hyena fetuses receive abnormally high androgen doses in the womb. This is the hormone, typically associated with male biology. The result is that adult females outweigh males by 10 to 12%. Greater musculature, higher capacity to establish and maintain physical dominance. And that status is passed down without skipping a beat. A daughter inherits her mother's rank within 6 months of reaching adulthood. The mother's rank transfers. With all accompanying rights, including priority feeding, mating access, and command authority in tactical formations. A functional aristocratic system, secured and enforced by social behaviors thousands of times day in and day out. The Mara clan's size ranges from 10 to 130 members. Depending on territory and season. In resource-rich areas, like the Mara and Ngorongoro, clans can reach 130 individuals. The alpha female controls three things, including feeding priority, mating access, and social order across the entire organization. And the battle begins. At the moment of birth, spotted hyenas are born, with eyes open and teeth already through. Within hours, littermates begin to fight. Weakness is a luxury this empire cannot afford. The Mara clan's alpha female is not a symbol, she is the operating system. This is why the Mara clan is not a pack. It is an empire in every sense of the word. But that empire does not operate as a single monolith. During hunts, the Mara clan splits into small squads of 2 to 7 individuals. And is always led by a high-ranking female. These micro-alliances operate semi-independently within the broader territorial boundaries and will merge for major objectives. Like kleptoparasitism or border defense against neighboring clans. The true strength of the structure is that when the alpha female orders a convergence, those scattered squads will rally at a moment's notice within 15 to 20 minutes. This is the foundation of the crescent, not spontaneous or a free-for-all. Alone, a flexible predator. Together, the force that decides the outcome of the night. The spotted hyena's bite force is approximately 1,100 pounds per square inch. But the number is only half the story, the other half is application. Hyena jaws are not designed for a fast kill, instead they are designed for total consumption. Bone, horn, hoof. Everything that lions, leopards, cheetahs, and wild dogs leave behind. A clan of 60 can consume a 500-kilogram buffalo entirely, including the full skeleton, in 30 minutes. That process is not only efficient in terms of food consumption, but it also fast-tracks the return of calcium and phosphate to the soil by years compared to natural decomposition. The Mara clan is not merely a predator, it is the Mara's recycling system. Speed and endurance reach 59 kilometers per hour, sustained across 4.8 kilometers without slowing. But the key is not speed, it is the distance threshold. At 300 meters, the lion wins hands down. 80 kilometers per hour is something no species on this savanna can keep up with, within a range of 300 meters. At 400 meters, the lion is spent. The hyena is not. The hyena has not yet considered being spent at 400 meters. The hyena does not need to be faster than the lion, it only needs to outlast the lion's patience. And the 5-kilometer call of the 4-channel acoustic system increases in frequency by more than 40% during the dry season. The Mara clan is coordinating more complex operations in a more demanding environment. Its acoustic neural architecture does not collapse under pressure. It amplifies. But ears are not the only weapon. In the spotted hyena's olfactory system, the olfactory bulb occupies a significantly larger proportion of brain volume than in lions or leopards. According to East and Hofer in the Journal of Zoology, spotted hyenas can detect and track prey scent across 4 to 6 kilometers and distinguish the individual scent of every clan member, including rank, physiological state, and stress level. Each individual marks their territory through esophageal scent glands, turning it up a notch during the dry season. The Mara clan's territorial map is not memory. It is written in real time onto the Mara's landscape in chemistry by 60 to 130 individuals continuously updating it. Lions see with eyes and hear with ears. The hyena reads by map. There is a persistent misconception about lions, that they dominate through sheer overall strength. The reality is more nuanced and in some ways far more interesting. Lions are not the most efficient killing machines on the savannah. Not in speed, the cheetah is faster. Not in solo success rate, the wild dog surpasses them. Not in social intelligence, the hyena hierarchy runs deeper. Not in bite force, the hyena is nearly twice as powerful. The lion is optimized for one thing only: the explosive moment. A lone lioness succeeds in fewer than 19% of hunts. 81% end in failure. That sounds poor, until you remember she is targeting prey many times her size on open terrain with no element of surprise. When the pride hunts together, success climbs to 30%. The quality shifts entirely, not rabbits, not small gazelle, but adult buffalo, giraffe, zebra. Stander and Albon in Oikos in 1993 documented that flanking positions in column formation achieve 3 times the success rate of central positions. A pride of 2 hunts as 1, a pride of 4 hunts as 10. Male lions do not hunt, that is accurate, but to conclude that males are useless is entirely wrong. A male patrols the perimeter every 2 to 3 days. Packer et al. Found that coalitions of 2 to 3 males control territories of 500 to 2,000 square kilometers. Grinnell et al. In Animal Behavior in 1995 calculated that a 120-kilogram lioness at 80 kilometers per hour carries approximately 43 kilojoules of kinetic energy at point of contact. The male broadcasts the kingdom. The female runs it. That decisive window spans 300 meters at 80 kilometers per hour. This is the River Pride's weapon. Against the hyenas on that drought night, the River Pride deployed exactly that, breaking through the acoustic net to drink in a 60-second window, to survive the night. Fast twitch fibers make up an unusually high proportion of lion back and hip musculature, significantly more than hyena and wild dog, per comparative anatomy research by Hudson et al. Fast twitch generates explosive force. The cost, rapid adenosine triphosphate consumption and lactate accumulation that degrades performance beyond 300 to 400 meters. This is why every lion hunt is structured to conclude within 300 meters. In the 5th year of drought, the River Pride faces a challenge, not in 300 meters of explosive power, but in the prolonged war their biology was never optimized to fight. There are things in the natural world we call instinct, because no better word exists. But with lions, recent research has found the mechanism. Not genetic, it is cultural. In Botswana, a pride of 10 to 20 individuals developed specialized techniques for hunting buffalo, 4 times their own weight. The approach angles vary by terrain, time of day, and the size and condition of the buffalo herd. No lion is born knowing this. At Mara, the Marsh Pride, documented by BBC from 2000 to 2012, showed the same pattern across 3 recorded female generations. Mosser and Packer in Animal Behavior in 2009 confirmed this is deliberate, passed through years of observation and adjustment. Not instinct, strategy taught, learned, transmitted through the hunt. The contents of that library are more specific than you might expect. Which prey species appear at which waterhole, in which month of the year, across 11 seasons of observation. The optimal approach angle for each specific terrain feature across 40 square kilometers of territory. Which individual buffalo in the herd tend to separate, which never do, which become dangerous when cornered. This is specific intelligence, stored not in genes, but in the body memory of a single individual who cannot be backed up. Sasaki et al. In PNAS in 2020 found that the loss of one experienced individual leads to 10 to 15 years of recovery for complex hunting techniques. Stander in the Namibian Journal of Environment documented that Hoanib pride on Namibia's Skeleton Coast subsists on a diet 79% marine, specifically Cape Fur seals. No other lion population on Earth does this. Culture built in the harshest ecosystem on record across 4 to 5 documented generations. The limit of lion culture is not one of capacity, only of the lifespan of those who carry it. Hoanib pride raises a larger question: if lions can learn to hunt seals on a desert coastline, what remains beyond their capacity to learn. Honib Pride did not merely acquire a new technique, they recalibrated their entire biological rhythm. Include active at dawn when seals haul ashore, resting through the desert midday, drinking dew from grass and stone at night. No fresh water within 30 to 70 kilometers, no typical grassland prey, but 4 to 5 generations of accumulated knowledge about how to operate in an ecosystem entirely unlike their own. This matters, with only 22,000 to 25,000 lions remaining across Africa, a 25% decline from 2006 to 2018, and habitat shrinking. Cultural flexibility is no longer academic curiosity. It is the capacity to adapt to a world changing faster than genetic evolution can track, but cultural flexibility takes 4 to 5 generations, as observed at Honib. Under current conservation pressure, the question is not whether lions can adapt. It is whether there is time. Instinct suffices for a fixed world. Culture is required for one in motion. The Masai Mara is not a backdrop, it is a character. And like all complex characters, understanding its behavior requires understanding the history and pressures shaping its present. The National Reserve covers 1,510 square kilometers and is the administrative boundary. The Greater Mara ecosystem includes community conservancies spanning approximately 9,840 square kilometers and is the biological reality. The Serengeti Mara ecosystem spans 30,000 square kilometers and is the migration corridor that recognizes no borders. Three layers with 3 management frameworks and 3 distinct human pressure points. The story does not unfold inside one reserve. It unfolds across a living system onto which humans have drawn lines, and that system does not read those lines. Water writes the laws of the Mara. The Mara River originates in the Mau Forest. In the past 50 years, Mau deforestation has reduced river flow by 20 to 30%. Kenya's 2019 Mau Forest Restoration Project is generating partial recovery, but slowly. Drought does not begin at the waterhole. It begins in a forest 100 kilometers to the north. The drought cycle is shifting. Historically, severe drought occurs every 10 years on average. The IPCCAR-6 report in 2021 projects this to be every 5 to 7 years. This dry season is the 5th consecutive year below normal. The Mara is not preparing for the next drought. It is recovering from the last one while the next is already arriving. The Mara ecosystem has lost approximately 60% of land outside the reserve to agriculture and settlement in 30 years. The 9 community conservancies in Greater Mara are the remaining lungs of the ecosystem, and each year presents a new economic decision about whether to keep that land unconverted. The boundary of the Mara is not what any map depicts. It is what human beings decide to protect, season by season, year by year. And at the center of that entire system, not lion and not hyena, sits a species most wildlife documentaries overlook, the wildebeest. 1.3 million individuals migrate through Greater Mara each year. The fresh dung deposited in a single migration season delivers enough nitrogen and phosphate to sustain the grasslands for 3 months. After the herd departs, wildebeest are not merely food for every predator. They are the Mara's mobile fertilization system. Without wildebeest, grasslands thin. Thin grasslands mean fewer zebra and Thompson's gazelle. Fewer of those species drives lions and hyenas harder against buffalo, which resist more fiercely, more danger, and require more individuals to bring down. The cost per meal rises, and the system begins consuming itself. Wildebeest migration arrives at Mara between July and October, driven by rainfall patterns in the southern Serengeti. When Serengeti rains run late, the herd runs late. When the herd runs late, the Mara endures 4 to 6 weeks of primary prey deficit. This is the condition driving this story. The wildebeest have not yet arrived. They are on the way, but not here. The River Pride and the Mara clan are paying the price for a delayed rainstorm on Serengeti grasslands that nothing in this system can control or predict. The Mara is not a place, it is a network, and in that network, rain in Tanzania decides the fate of lions in Kenya. Some creatures exist in nature, not merely as part of an ecosystem, but as forces that shape the behavior of everything around them. Buffalo at Mara are one of those creatures, not because of individual strength, though an adult buffalo at 750 kilograms with a broad-bossed horn rack can inflict serious injury on a full-grown lion, but because of how they operate as a collective entity. The first number to understand: over 200 recorded human deaths per year, exceeding any other large African species in many regional tallies. Not because buffalo attack with aggression, because they are unpredictable when threatened, carry long memories, and are never truly alone when they countercharge. When attacked, a buffalo herd does not scatter in all directions. It consolidates and countercharges. This is not random behavior among a few individuals. The entire herd responds in a predictable, sufficiently consistent pattern to be documented as strategy. Females make collective movement decisions through a body voting mechanism. The majority direction determines the herd's direction. No leader, no coercion. A democracy that operates entirely in body language, and when that democracy votes to turn and fight, 30 to 50% of attacking lions sustain injuries. The population stands at about 8,000 to 10,000. In the Greater Mara, according to surveys, this figure has dropped by roughly 70% over 50 years. Habitat loss, foot and mouth disease, and poaching pressure have taken a heavy toll. The herd still turns and charges, but the numbers are falling year by year. Buffalo are not simply the third force in opposition to predators. Ecologically, they are engineers of the grassland. Based on the research by Sinclair and Norton Griffiths in the Serengeti in 1979, buffalo grazing creates patches of short grass, preferred by wildebeest and Thompson's gazelles, to set the stage for the nutritional needs of other herbivores, thereby sustaining the prey population for both the Mara clan and the River Pride. Buffalo do not merely refuse to be prey, they build the infrastructure for the entire food chain. Observing buffalo during the dry season in the Mara adds another layer of complexity. The buffalo population in the Mara, numbering around 8,000 to 10,000 individuals, no longer has those herds of seasoned veterans. The oldest individuals, those best able to read threat signals, have been lost to poaching or drought mortality. Much of the current herd skews younger, with less experience of both predators and dry season terrain. But the collective voting mechanism still functions. It depends on the majority, and the majority of an 800-strong herd remains a force sufficient to alter every predator's calculation within 200 meters. This is why buffalo is the true wild card of the Mara. Not because it is the strongest or the most intelligent, but because its behavior cannot be predicted from observing any individual. You cannot read, "What will this buffalo do?" Only, which direction is this herd moving and how fast? On the drought night at the last waterhole, with two empires standing at a point of no retreat, the arrival of the buffalo herd accomplished what neither empire could do alone, created a pause long enough for both sides to survive that night. Not coincidence, ecology. The drought in the Mara is not just a wildlife story, it is a story about the future. Place what you have just witnessed into a broader perspective. 22,000 to 25,000 lions remain on Earth. The International Union for Conservation of Nature in 2025 introduced a new classification, largely depleted, to designate populations below 10% of their historical range, any. Not endangered by technical definition, but largely depleted is the language of a species that has forfeited most of what it once was, and there is no indication that the pace of decline is slowing down. During the period from 2006 to 2018, 25% of the population vanished in 12 years. For the spotted hyena, there are approximately 27,000 to 47,000 individuals globally. They fall under least concern by global criteria, but trend downward in all regions except the Serengeti core. In the local Mara region specifically, they are at a largely depleted level. These two empires, the ones combating each other in the dry night at the final waterhole, are facing the exact same long-term adversary. An adversary that does not arrive with a whoop or a roar, but comes incrementally over decades through habitat loss and climate change. In the Mara clan and the River Pride are each other's greatest rivals during every night of drought, and they are also the ultimate guarantee for each other's long-term survival. Why that matters is a bigger deal than the question of two individual species. According to research in the journal Science in 2014, the loss of apex predators leads to an explosion in prey populations, which triggers vegetation degradation from overgrazing, leading to soil erosion, followed by carbon release, and ultimately destabilizes the local climate. This is not a theoretical chain of events. It has been observed and measured in multiple ecosystems worldwide. If lions are lost, the mara will consume itself. But this is not a story devoid of hope. According to a report from Lion Landscapes in 2024, there are now more than 30 landscapes and over 3 million square kilometers under active management, of which the mara is the anchor. The 72-hour compensation program, designed to guarantee payment within 3 days for livestock lost to lions, has reduced human-lion conflict in the mara by 30% over the past 3 years. 9 community conservancies in the Greater Mara are maintaining the buffer zones that the survival of the entire ecosystem depends upon, and every year is an economic decision regarding keeping that land from being converted. The Masai Mara is still there. The Mara clan is still calling. The whoop still echoes across 5 kilometers of grassland that is gradually turning green again. The River Pride still patrols the perimeter once every 48 hours. The question is not who rules the Mara during a single night of drought. The question is how many more dry seasons both can endure. And the answer to that question rests in human decisions being made right now, in this decade, in places that never appear in the frame of any documentary. And as we look ahead, that is not pessimism, but reality. If nothing changes in the current trends, including habitat loss, human-lion conflict, and the increasing frequency of droughts, then the figure of 22,000 to 25,000 lions will continue to dwindle, until one day the density drops below the viable threshold to sustain a breeding population. That is the ultimate worst-case scenario, and it is not unavoidable. The question is whether we are willing to pivot so that these two empires, and all that depends on their existence, can have another dry season to pull through. And that hangs in the balance of our choices. Even so, amid global challenges to their living space, magnificent lands still exist, lending a helping hand to protect big cats. A shining example of this is the Cerrado ecosystem, a tropical savanna that is ancient and second to none in its richness on the planet. Grande Sertão Veredas National Park, spanning 230,853 hectares, is one of the most important biological core zones of the Cerrado. This survival oasis is also home to the ocelot, a wild cat with a striking spotted coat, once nicknamed the dwarf leopard. 6 times larger than the ocelot, the jaguar is the largest big cat in the Americas. It sits at the top of the food chain, a symbol of untamed power, and a living testament to extraordinary adaptability in the face of harsh conditions. With a powerful build, male jaguars can weigh up to 96 kilograms and reach lengths of 1.7 meters, their compact muscular frame paired with a broad head and short but incredibly strong limbs. This anatomy gives them not only explosive strength, but also the most powerful bite of any big cat, pound for pound, surpassing even lions and tigers. Their jaws are strong enough to pierce the skull of a full-grown capybara or crush the shell of an Amazonian turtle. During the dry season, when food becomes scarce, this ability gives them a decisive edge, allowing access to a wider range of prey than other carnivores in the region. In the hazy glow of dusk along the Cerrado's water's edge, the jaguar presses low to the ground, silent as a shadow. Every muscle tightens in stillness. The hunt has begun. Unlike its relatives, such as the leopard or lion, which often go for the throat, the jaguar delivers a precise bite to the back of the skull or spine, piercing through thick bone. Its short, curved canines and immense jaw strength are the perfect tools for this ambush strategy, especially in places like dry season streams, where sound carries far. The prey has no idea that danger lies in wait beneath the low grass. As it lowers its head to drink, the jaguar strikes. A clean leap, claws gripping tight, a bite through the skull, an end in silence. If the prey escapes into the water, the jaguar follows. It's a strong swimmer, capable of diving deep, and has even been observed using its tail to stir the water and lure fish, showcasing rare flexibility and intelligence. Though primarily ground-dwelling, it can climb trees and launch attacks from above, an especially effective tactic during the dry season, when visibility across the landscape is wide open. The jaguar's coat features large, bold rosettes with central black spots, forming patterns so unique that no two individuals are exactly alike. Some jaguars carry a melanistic pigment known as black panthers, which still retain these rosette patterns, visible under angled light or in infrared photography. This reflects the genetic diversity of the species in the Cerrado region, where an unusually high proportion of melanistic individuals, about 40 to 44%, was reported in the latest 2024 data from the organization On Safari. Biologically, jaguars are solitary animals. They rarely encounter one another outside of the mating season. A male's territory can be twice the size of a female's, and often overlaps with the territories of several females, though rarely with those of other males. During the dry months, this spatial arrangement helps minimize conflict and optimize access to dwindling resources. They tend to be most active at dawn and dusk, times of low light, cooler temperatures, and when prey begins to stir. In addition, jaguars have a unique range of vocalizations, from dry, saw-like roars to soft chuffing sounds, often used in close communication, especially between a mother and her cubs or mating pairs. Historically, jaguars ranged from the southwestern United States all the way down to Argentina. However, they have since disappeared from many areas, including El Salvador and Uruguay. Today, they remain in about 19 countries, with strong populations in the Amazon and Pantanal, but still persist at low densities in the Cerrado, a transitional zone rich in biodiversity. Specifically, at Grande Certo Veredas National Park, the unique habitat conditions have helped sustain a stable jaguar population, with 26 to 31 individuals recorded between 2023 and 2024. Protecting this species carries meaning far beyond zoological value. In indigenous cultures, from the Aztec to the Maya, the jaguar has always been a symbol of power, divinity, and immortality. In the Cerrado, the image of a jaguar crossing moonlit waters during the dry season has become a living emblem of balance, a reminder that even in the harshest of landscapes, there exists a deeper order shaped by the Creator's hand. Unlike armadillos that live burrowed underground, the South American coati often climbs trees like a bold little explorer of Grande Sertão Veredas National Park. Also known as the ring-tailed coati or brown-nosed coati, it is a close relative of the raccoon. Measuring about 85 to 113 centimeters in length, with the tail making up nearly half of that, and weighing between 2 to 7.2 kilograms, the coati stands out with its long, curved and flexible snout. Once called coatim, meaning curled nose, in the ancient Tupi-Guarani language. Its curved claws help it dig, pry at roots, flip over stones, and climb with ease. A unique ability to rotate its ankles allows it to descend head first, a rare trait among mammals. The coati is active during the day, foraging when the weather is cooler. With its ultra-sensitive nose, it sweeps the ground like a living detector, searching for scorpions, insects, bird eggs, fallen fruit, and even animal remains. Individuals living near the Veredas streams often climb low trees to pick fruit. Female coatis live in bands of 10 to 30 individuals, usually made up of mothers and their young. Adult males live alone, joining the group only during the mating season before going off on their own again. Within the band, female coatis show a strong spirit of cooperation. They care for the young, keep watch, and share information through sounds and body language. They use clicking noises, soft woofs, and gentle hissing sounds to stay in touch and alert one another to nearby trouble. The breeding season begins at the end of the rainy season, when fruit is most abundant. After a pregnancy of about 77 days, the female coati builds a nest in a tree and gives birth to between 2 and 7 young. The babies stay in the nest for about 5 weeks before rejoining the band. Females usually remain with their mother's group, while males leave around their 3rd year and begin a solitary life from then on. As a highly adaptable omnivore, the coati helps control insect populations, spreads seeds, and plays a vital role in maintaining the lower layers of the ecosystem. A role that becomes especially important during the dry season, when food chains are more fragile. Although not yet classified as globally at risk, coatis are declining in southern Brazil due to deforestation and conflicts with humans. If faced with a threat, which strategy would you choose? Curling up like the armadillo or climbing a tree like the coati? One of the jaguar's prey, the greater capybara, commonly known as the capybara, is the largest rodent in the world. Interestingly, in the 16th century, the Catholic Church classified the capybara as a fish, allowing followers to eat its meat during Lent. Today, this gentle creature even has its own day of recognition, Capybara Day, celebrated on July 10th, honoring it as a peaceful symbol of the natural world. Measuring 1 to 1.3 meters in length and weighing between 35 and 66 kilograms, the capybara is more than twice the size of the beaver, the 2nd largest rodent. Its coarse golden brown fur and sturdy build conceal a body perfectly adapted for a semi-aquatic lifestyle. Short, webbed legs and eyes, ears and nostrils positioned high on the head, allowing it to stay submerged while still seeing and breathing. Capybaras can dive for up to 5 minutes, either to evade predators or to cool off when temperatures soar above 35 degrees Celsius. Though closely tied to water, capybaras are surprisingly agile on land, reaching speeds of up to 35 kilometers per hour when escaping danger. Their diet mainly consists of aquatic grasses, plant stems, and reeds, But when food is scarce, they make use of grains, wild squash, and melons. An adult can consume up to 3.6 kilograms of vegetation each day. Their digestive system features an enlarged cecum filled with millions of microorganisms that ferment cellulose. Capybaras chew cud while resting and practice coprophagy, eating a soft type of feces after initial digestion to maximize nutrient absorption. During the dry season, small groups of 10 to 20 capybaras often merge into herds of hundreds, led by a dominant male. Their social hierarchy is maintained through scent glands located on the nose and near the anus, as well as a rich vocal repertoire, including whistles, chirps, growls, and even barks. They frequently groom and remove parasites from one another, not just for cleanliness, but as a form of social bonding. Some individuals have even been observed standing on their hind legs and swaying, almost like dancing, after bathing or during positive social interactions. Capybaras are widely distributed across South America, from Colombia to Argentina, and are even found in Panama. In the veredas, they do more than simply survive. They actively support the ecosystem, selectively grazing to promote aquatic plant growth and serving as a key link in the food chain for jaguars, caimans, and snakes. Their ancestors have roamed the Americas for 2 million years, and over thousands of generations, they've adapted to a wide range of environments. The ocelot has a body length of 70 to 100 centimeters, with a tail measuring 25 to 40 centimeters, and a coat marked by asymmetrical spots and stripes, like a biological fingerprint. White patches behind their ears create a false eye effect, making predators hesitate when approaching from behind. With their compact build, they slip effortlessly through dense shrubs and fallen trees, a silent shadow moving through the wild. As night falls, the ocelot begins to hunt. Though skilled climbers and capable swimmers, they prefer to ambush prey from the ground. With sharp hearing and keen vision, they go after rodents, hares, opossums, young armadillos, and even fish from shallow streams. Before eating, they meticulously remove fur or feathers from their prey, a rare habit among members of the cat family. Ocelots live solitary lives, except during the breeding season. Males control larger territories that overlap with those of multiple females, but they avoid direct confrontations with one another. After an 80-day pregnancy, the female gives birth to 1 or 2 kittens in a secluded spot, such as a tree hollow, dense grass patch, or rocky crevice near a stream. The kittens are born blind and remain close to their mother for nearly a year. When they're strong enough, the mother brings back live prey to help them practice hunting, preparing them for an independent life ahead. More than just a proud predator, the ocelot stands as a symbol of perfect adaptation. Each step it takes on the muddy ground of the veredas is a quiet whisper of life, resilient, silent, yet never fragile. In contrast to the tapir's somewhat smooth appearance, the Brazilian three-banded armadillo, also known as tatu bola, is one of only 2 armadillo species in the world that can curl itself into a completely closed ball thanks to its natural suit of armor. This species unexpectedly stepped into the global spotlight when it became the official mascot of the FIFA World Cup 2014 under the name Fuleco, a blend of the words futebol, meaning soccer, and ecologia, meaning ecology. Measuring only 23 to 27 centimeters in length and weighing between 1 to 1.6 kilograms, about the size of a small watermelon, the tatu bola's biological design is a masterpiece of evolution. 3 flexible bands between 2 tough armor plates allow it to roll itself up, using its short tail to seal off its soft underbelly, transforming into a seamless armored ball. No teeth or claws can easily pierce through it. The tatubola feeds on ants and termites, using its long, sticky tongue and strong claws to break into termite mounds and ant nests. Though its eyesight is poor, its sense of smell is incredibly sharp, helping it sniff out prey and stay clear of hunters like the jaguar and the puma. It is active in the early morning and late afternoon and rests at night in shallow burrows or abandoned dens. Unlike other armadillo relatives, it does not dig deep on its own. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature in 2024, there are currently only between 1,000 and 1,800 mature individuals remaining in the wild. Once widespread across Bahia, Piauí, and Tocantins, they are now found in stable numbers in just a few places, including Grande Sertão Veredas National Park and the private natural heritage reserve, Mata do Junco. Major threats include deforestation, hunting, and domestic dogs. With an extremely low reproductive rate, only one offspring per year, the Brazilian three-banded armadillo cannot rebuild its population fast enough to keep up with its decline. But for that very reason, it serves as a sensitive biological indicator, reflecting the overall health of the ecosystem. In the Veredas region, where the soil is loose, shade is plentiful, and termite mounds abound, this area becomes a final refuge for the species during the dry season. Another large mammal enters the scene, this time the largest land animal in South America, the South American tapir. Also known as the Brazilian tapir in the Tupi language, it's called the Amazonian tapir, maned tapir, or lowland tapir in English, anta in Portuguese, and la sachavaca, literally bush cow, in a blend of Quechua and Spanish. Measuring between 1.8 and 2.5 meters in length and weighing from 150 to 320 kilograms, the tapir is equipped with a flexible trunk-like snout, formed from its upper lip and nose, that allows it to pluck fruit, forage for leaves in dense underbrush, or even act as a snorkel while submerged. In the sweltering dry season heat, often above 35 degrees Celsius, its ability to dive for minutes and move along riverbeds helps it evade predators and regulate body temperature. Despite its bulky frame, the tapir can move with surprising speed when threatened. This nocturnal animal follows stream banks in search of leaves, tender shoots, and even aquatic plants. Precious food sources when vegetation withers. Known as the gardeners of the rainforest, they help regenerate plant life by dispersing seeds through their droppings, especially throughout the veredas. Though their eyesight is poor, Brazilian tapirs have a highly developed sense of smell and hearing. They communicate and mark territory using scent trails from their bodies, urine, and facial glands. Their vocalizations include whistles, snorts, forceful breaths, and a distinctive clicking sound, a kind of secret language whispered through the forest. Tapirs live solitary lives, coming together only during the breeding season. Females carry a single calf after a pregnancy lasting up to 13 months. The newborn is covered in dark fur with white stripes and spots, like a tiny watermelon, providing natural camouflage under the forest canopy. They stay with their mother for 12 to 18 months, learning to swim, dive, and survive. But this also means the population regenerates slowly and is especially vulnerable to rapid environmental change. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, the Brazilian tapir is currently listed as vulnerable, at risk due to deforestation, agricultural expansion, hunting, and habitat fragmentation. In the Cerrado, the conversion of forested land into soybean plantations and grazing pastures over the past 20 years has led to a sharp decline in veredas habitats. However, at Grande Sertão Veredas National Park, this species still has a chance at survival. The park's network of underground springs, wetlands, and year-round green buriti vegetation provides a cool, moist refuge throughout the dry season, an ideal environment for their continued existence. During the rainy season, Serra da Canastra National Park, covering 197,810 hectares, transforms into a vibrant biological zone with average annual rainfall around 1,250 millimeters. This surge in moisture fuels the lush growth of gallery forests, evergreen riverbank woodlands that flourish along the upper reaches of the São Francisco River. The park includes areas of striking scenic beauty, such as Cascadanta, the first waterfall of the São Francisco River, which stands 186 meters tall. The gallery forests here also serve as vital biological corridors, providing habitat for many endemic and rare species. Like a mystery written in many languages, the cougar holds more names than any other animal in the wild. Puma, mountain lion, catamount, panther. Over 40 nicknames, all referring to the same species. It is the terrestrial mammal with the widest range across the Americas, stretching from the icy Yukon in Canada to the arid Andes of southern Peru. And right at the heart of this continent, where the Cerrado sprawls and gallery forests cling to the São Francisco River, the cougar finds a fleeting paradise during the rainy season. During the rainy season, the riverbank forests become rich and chaotic. Migratory birds return, hoofed animals forage, and rodents reproduce rapidly with the rising humidity. For the cougar, this is opportunity. It crouches beneath the forest canopy, golden eyes narrowed, watching as prey slowly moves toward an open clearing. No sound, no heavy breathing, only a deadly patience. Its long, powerful hind legs, the strongest among all wild cats, coil like compressed springs. In a split second, the cougar launches nearly 5.5 meters into the air, soaring over more than 6 meters like a living arrow. Its nearly 1 meter long tail curving gently to steer its body through brush and jagged rocks. The impact lasts only seconds. Canines sink into the neck, claws lock in tight. The prey is pinned to the ground before it has a chance to react. The cougar doesn't rush to feed. Instead, it drags the carcass to the forest's edge, covering it carefully with dry leaves, moss, and branches, stashing it like a reserve stockpile for the unpredictable rain-soaked days ahead. A single large prey can sustain it for 4 to 6 days, reducing the risk of having to hunt frequently. Unlike tigers or lions with their thunderous roars, the cougar communicates through a surprising range of sounds: hisses, growls, howls, and at times an echoing scream that cuts through the night. An adult cougar in this region typically holds a territory spanning 80 to 150 square kilometers, moving in sync with prey patterns and seasonal changes. During the rainy season, their movement shifts south and southeast of the park, where populations of capybaras and armadillos rise significantly. As solitary animals, cougars typically interact only during the mating season. The female, known as a queen, carries her young for about 90 days and gives birth to between 1 and 6 cubs. Dark spots along the cubs' backs help them blend into the forest floor scattered with damp fallen leaves. They stay with their mother for up to 2 years, learning every step of the stalk, how to select prey, read the wind, and avoid other predators like the jaguar and even humans, the most unpredictable of all. In the food chain, the cougar acts as a guardian of natural balance. By keeping herbivore populations in check, It helps the forest regenerate and prevents overgrazing, a pattern confirmed by ecologists at the organization Red Cerrado through satellite analysis of biomass cover during the 2025 rainy season. In areas where cougars are frequently present, the understory and mid-level vegetation are noticeably healthier compared to regions where they are absent. And as the rain continues to fall over the Cerrado, the faint tracks of a cougar pressed into the wet earth remain, quiet proof that life in the wild never truly stops. If the ocelot is nicknamed the dwarf leopard for its petite build and leopard-like appearance, then the margay, a smaller wild cat, is often called the tree ocelot. During most of the rainy season, it hides within a leafy maze, where vines, dry branches, and moss weave together into a three-dimensional world. Measuring 70 to 80 centimeters in length and weighing just 3 to 4 kilograms, the margay is the acrobat of the forest world. Its tail, making up as much as 70% of its body length, provides perfect balance as it moves along slippery, rain-soaked branches. Remarkably, the margay is one of the very few mammals capable of rotating its hind ankle joints 180 degrees, allowing it to climb down trees head first, more like a squirrel than a cat. It can leap as far as 3.7 meters or as high as 2.4 meters between branches, and can even hang upside down from a limb using just one hind leg. Its large, round eyes, affectionately called button eyes by locals, give it exceptional accuracy when hunting in the dark. The margay lives a solitary life, is mostly active at night, and marks its territory with scent. With a slow reproductive rate, producing only one offspring every 2 years, the margay is highly vulnerable to sudden environmental changes. Serra da Canastra, where intact gallery forests still remain, is becoming a final stronghold for the protection of this species. The rainy season in the rainforest brings an abundance of food. The margay hunts birds, marsupials, squirrels, small monkeys, and even sloths, all of which dwell in the treetops. An astonishing hunting tactic recorded in Brazil shows the margay mimicking the cries of baby monkeys, luring concerned adults close enough to be ambushed from above. Though it lives in the trees, the margay may come down to the ground to hunt rabbits or rodents, but this is a risky choice as it makes the cat more vulnerable to larger predators. Among the watchful eyes tracking its movements is the cougar. Cerrado is no stranger to scavengers. Alongside the crested caracara, this land is also home to a species as strikingly colorful as the toco toucan, the king vulture. Unlike most vultures with drab gray feathers and a somber appearance, the king vulture is a burst of color. Its body looks like a natural paint palette, as if nature had poured out the last of its rebellious spirit onto this single bird. At the center of its curved orange and black beak sits a fleshy knob called a carbuncle, like a soft crown resting on the face of a silent king. Its pale white eyes, rimmed in deep red, gleam with an almost otherworldly gaze. Newborn chicks are covered in jet black down and take nearly 6 years to grow into the dazzling appearance of adulthood. In Serra da Canastra, where gallery forests stretch along the São Francisco River, the rainy season brings more carcasses, more natural accidents, and with them, the peak working season for the king vulture. Unlike raptors such as hawks or eagles, the king vulture doesn't take life to survive. It waits, seeking out opportunity in the quiet ending of another creature's journey. With its large, powerful beak, it is often among the first to open thick-skinned remains, like capybaras, armadillos, or wild pigs, paving the way for smaller vultures that arrive later. This bird lacks a rich vocal range due to the absence of a syrinx, the vocal organ found in most birds. Its sounds are limited to low hisses, faint wheezes, or soft snorts. Instead of calling to one another, they rely on observation. With exceptionally sharp eyesight, the king vulture can spot a carcass from hundreds of meters above. During the humid conditions of the rainy season, when the scent of decay spreads more slowly, vision becomes its primary tool for survival. Though it lives quietly, the king vulture is not entirely solitary. Each dry season, its main breeding period, it lays a single egg, usually tucked inside a hollow tree or a rotting log. The chick, once hatched, receives careful attention, and one behavior sets this species apart from other New World vultures. The parents return with partially digested food stored in their crop and gently feed it to the young. It is a rare gesture, a clear sign of deep, long-term parental investment in a natural world where the most fragile lives demand the greatest patience. In the Cerrado ecosystem, the king vulture is not just a link in the food chain, it is part of nature's self-cleaning, self-healing system. By processing animal remains, this bird helps prevent the spread of disease, maintaining stability across the entire wildlife community. With a lifespan reaching up to 25 years in the wild and even over 30 years in captivity, the king vulture stands not only as a biological symbol, but also a cultural one. In Maya mythology, it was once seen as a messenger between humans and the gods, known by the name Oc, the spirit of the upper sky and the one who cleanses the stains of the earthly world. High above, the black-tufted marmoset darts in and out of the foliage, while down below, the crested caracara glides silently through the thin mist of the gallery forest. Unlike falcons that dive and twist through the air, it lands on the damp earth, stepping slowly on orange-yellow legs, as if reading the ground that has just come back to life after the season's first rain. Belonging to the Falconidae family, the caracara doesn't follow the high-speed hunting style of its relatives. Weighing 1.3 kilograms, it is the second heaviest member of the family, surpassed only by the gerfalcon. Rather than ambushing prey, it prowls the ground in search of carrion, insects, lizards, or even fallen fruit. A true opportunistic forager, it acts both as nature's cleanup crew and a quiet agent of renewal after the dry season. The rainy season brings a biological feast. Rodents, animal remains, organic debris, all washed toward the forest edge. The crested caracara scratches through the leaf litter with its beak or feet, walking hundreds of meters each day, seizing every chance to survive. Its bare, orange-red face shifts color with emotion, glowing bright when excited, paling when alert, allowing it to communicate through expression, along with a clucking sound like stones rattling in a bamboo tube, and loud calls sent skyward as it tilts its head back and cries out across the rain-soaked plains. Unlike the typically solitary falcons, the crested caracara is socially flexible, living alone, in pairs, or in small groups. During the breeding season at the end of the rains, they build new nests as high as 10 meters, incubate their eggs for 30 days, and raise their young for about 6 to 8 weeks. Remarkably, the chicks don't leave the nest right away. They stay for several more months, learning how to forage, move through the landscape, and sense the life hidden within what seems lifeless. The origin of the caracara traces back to the Caracarini group, which branched off from true falcons near the end of the Pleistocene epoch. Not as powerful as eagles nor as fierce as falcons, it is the ability to survive on what's left behind that has made the caracara a true symbol of resilience. Not as graceful as the Seriema, the wood stork leaves a strong impression with its bare, wood-like neck that looks almost sculpted. Standing up to 115 centimeters tall, with a wingspan of 180 centimeters, its body is white, with a featherless head and neck, and a long, curved beak shaped like a sickle. This bird doesn't hunt by sight, but by touch. While standing in water, it holds its beak slightly open. At the slightest movement from a fish, shrimp, or tadpole, the beak snaps shut in just 25 milliseconds. If the water is too still, it gently stirs it with a foot or wing to flush out prey. In the 2025 rainy season, ground-based foraging increased by 14%. Including frogs, lizards, and rodents. This adaptability allows the wood stork to survive in hydrologically dynamic regions, like Serra da Canastra, where it nests in colonies atop tall trees near wetlands. Each colony can hold 20 to 25 nests, with parents taking turns incubating the eggs and feeding the chicks for about 8 weeks. When not foraging, the wood stork glides gently through the air, rarely flapping its wings, like a black and white ribbon riding warm currents. It moves through a variety of habitats, from mangrove forests to freshwater marshes, helping to distribute nutrients and maintain ecological connections. Not loud or showy, the wood stork survives through quiet precision, stepping through muddy waters, tending its young under the sun, and soaring through storms like an ecological messenger. As Cerrado moves deeper into the rainy season, the stretch of land along the Araguaia River, which marks the natural border between the states of Goiás and Tocantins, suddenly comes alive in a strangely vibrant way. This area represents the seasonal wetlands and ephemeral pools that form after rains, lasting only a few weeks to a few months, yet carrying the power to spark entire chains of life. The appearance of ephemeral pools creates ideal breeding conditions for amphibians, free from the presence of predatory fish. Among the standout species is the giant otter, the largest otter on Earth. An adult male can reach up to 1.8 meters in length and weigh as much as 34 kilograms, with a sleek, torpedo-shaped body covered in short, dense, chocolate-brown fur that repels water and keeps the skin beneath completely dry. Its tail is flat, long, and powerful, acting like a paddle. Webbed feet between the toes allow for agile movement through murky waters. One often overlooked detail: each individual has a unique white patch on its neck, like a biological signature that helps researchers identify them in the wild. The rainy season triggers a boom in fish populations like catfish and characins, filling out the natural menu for the giant otter. With highly sensitive whiskers, it can detect the slightest movement in murky water. Its ears and nostrils can close while diving, allowing it to fully concentrate on tracking and catching prey. Unlike most other otter species, the giant otter is highly social. It lives in organized family groups, typically made up of a monogamous breeding pair and offspring from multiple years. A group can range from 2 to 20 individuals. They hunt together, play together, and share the responsibility of raising the young. While some individuals go out to hunt, Others stay behind to guard the breeding area or train the young in diving and foraging skills. Their coordinated hunting efforts boost the group's overall success rate. Each adult needs to consume around 3 kilograms of fish per day, nearly 10% of its body weight. Fish isn't the only item on their menu. When fish becomes scarce, the giant otter also hunts crabs, snakes, and even small caimans, an impressive display of adaptability for such a skilled apex predator. With their dexterous front paws, they hold down prey and eat right on the water's surface, often floating on their backs, a scene that's both amusing and deeply rooted in survival instinct. They choose to build dens along elevated riverbanks or forest edge marshes. Each den may have multiple entrances, allowing the entire group to move quickly and safely if threatened. The Araguaia River region, especially within Canto State Park, is considered one of the last places on Earth capable of supporting a naturally reproducing population of giant otters. With over 800 interconnected oxbow lakes and a vast flooded forest ecosystem, this area stands as a final stronghold for this rare otter species. However, even this refuge is gradually coming under threat. Competition with humans, especially local fishermen, has begun to strain the relationship between the giant otter and nearby communities. According to the latest report released by the International Union for Conservation of Nature in 2024, the giant otter remains classified as endangered, with an estimated wild population of fewer than 5,000 individuals. And no clear trend of increase or decline has yet been established. Even so, recent research in the Araguaia region offers a glimmer of hope. The stable presence of large family groups and a rising number of pups suggest that, with proper protection, this species has a real chance at recovery. Larger and more formidable than the giant otter, the Yacare caiman is native to Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, and Paraguay. Its name, Yacare, comes from the word jacare, which means crocodile in the ancient Tupi language and was later adopted into Portuguese. The body of the Yacare caiman is just bulky enough to appear heavy, but never clumsy. Adult males typically measure between 2 to 3 meters in length, while females are about half that size. They have dark brown to olive-colored skin, scattered with black markings, and a pale yellow belly reminiscent of soft mud along a lakeshore. The long, slender snout is the result of millions of years of evolution, perfectly shaped to maximize efficiency in catching fish, their primary food source. Their teeth are a biological marvel, between 70 and 82 in total, constantly replaced, with the fourth tooth in the lower jaw always jutting out, even when the mouth is closed. Because of this feature, they are sometimes nicknamed the piranha caiman. In the intricate system of ephemeral pools, the Yacare caiman emerges as a silent predator. It doesn't lunge or chase, but lies still, almost motionless, beneath floating vegetation, with just its eyes and nostrils breaking the surface. When unsuspecting prey ventures too close, the strike comes so fast there's no chance to escape. Adults typically feed on fish, snakes, birds, and even small mammals. Young caimans, on the other hand, start with smaller fare, insects, crustaceans, and freshwater snails. When hunting among floating vegetation, they use their powerful jaws to crush hard shells, a skill that leaves even the toughest snails with no way out. Beyond its predatory instincts, the Yacare caiman also reveals a softer side, reproduction. During the rainy season, as the soil turns moist and temperatures rise, females begin to build nests atop mounds of mud and decaying vegetation, warm and gently steaming like natural incubators. They lay between 22 and 35 eggs inside. The temperature inside the nest determines the sex of the hatchlings. Warmer conditions produce males, while cooler ones result in females. And even before they hatch, soft calls can be heard from within the eggs, like a gentle call to their mother. Once the eggs hatch, the young follow her to the nearest water, where they begin to learn how to swim, how to avoid predators, and eventually, how to hunt. As adults, Yaqare caimans spend most of their time alone. Each individual is an independent hunter. But when necessary, especially during the breeding season, they are willing to gather and share ecological space, as if guided by an unspoken code among their own kind. The presence of the Yaqare caiman is more than just a link in the food chain. They help regulate fish populations, especially piranhas, preventing sudden booms that could destabilize the delicate balance of seasonal wetlands. Their movement through the water and the soil creates temporary wallows that provide breeding grounds for other aquatic species. In their quiet presence, in each sudden dive and those sharp, glinting teeth, lies an ancient story of life itself. Amid the shimmering riverside light as golden sunbeams fall, the roseate spoonbill appears, its vivid pink plumage and unique spoon-shaped bill making it look like a drifting ribbon of color gliding through calm waters. Its pink hue comes from its diet, rich in the carotenoid pigment canthaxanthin, just like the flamingo. During breeding season, the color deepens, spreading to its legs and around its eyes, like a natural wedding gown worn by a wanderer in search of a mate. Standing 70 to 85 centimeters tall with a wingspan of up to 130 centimeters, the spoonbill has long legs, a slender neck, and a broad, flat bill shaped like a spoon. Not for tearing flesh, but as a precise sensory tool. As it sweeps its bill gently through the water, even the faintest touch from a fish, insect, or crustacean triggers an instant snap. Thanks to thousands of nerve endings concentrated at the tip. Along the banks of the Araguaia River, shallow pools serve as ideal hunting grounds and nesting sites. They build nests in dense shrubs or low trees, laying 2 to 5 eggs per clutch with an incubation period of around 32 days. The chicks are fed by both parents, who regurgitate food directly into their still-developing spoon-shaped bills. The spoonbill doesn't migrate far, it follows the water. Wherever rainy season wetlands appear, their footprints are not far behind. Riding thermal currents with neck and legs outstretched, they glide like living kites across the sky God created. Once hunted nearly to extinction in the 19th century for their feathers, used in hats and dresses, the roseate spoonbill has made a comeback thanks to strict conservation efforts. Today, they are considered an indicator species, a sign of wetland health. When spoonbills appear, it means the water is clean, crustaceans are plentiful, and the ecosystem is in balance. Larger than the roseate spoonbill and the biggest stork in South America, the jabiru stork enters the scene like an ancient guardian. It stands up to 1.5 meters tall, with a wingspan ranging from 2.7 to 3.6 meters, adorned with white plumage, a glossy black featherless head and neck, and a vivid red throat pouch. The feature that inspired the Tupi-Guarani name Jabiru, meaning swollen neck. In males, the pouch can swell and change color during the breeding season, a vivid, wordless signal of readiness. Its slightly curved bill, measuring 35 centimeters long, is a remarkably precise hunting tool. Without needing to see its prey, the jabiru senses movement in murky water and snaps its beak shut like a falling trapdoor. In addition to fish, frogs, and snails, it also feeds on snakes, carrion, crustaceans, and even small mammals. In the Araguaia region, home to over 800 oxbow lakes, jabiras typically live in lifelong pairs. At the end of the rainy season, they build massive nests up to 30 meters high on dead trees, some spanning over 1 meter wide and reaching 1.8 meters deep, growing larger each year like a living legacy. The parents incubate 1 to 5 eggs and raise their young for over 100 days, far longer than most other stork species, with the chicks entirely dependent on their care. Belonging to the Ciconidae family, the jabiru is the only living species in the genus Jabiru, a remnant of an ancient lineage. In the Cerrado, it is an essential piece of the ecological puzzle, like the giant otter, Yacare caiman, or roseate spoonbill, embodying the deep connection between water, land, and life. Yet the vibrant and diverse life of the Cerrado is under daily threat. As of 2024, more than half of the Cerrado's original vegetation has disappeared, replaced by soybean fields, corn plantations, and large-scale cattle ranches. What's especially concerning is that only about 8% of the Cerrado is under strict protection, compared to more than 45% of the Amazon. Climate change is also making dry seasons more extreme, leading to natural wildfires that occur more frequently and last longer than usual. In 2024, the area of burned forest in the Cerrado increased by 117% compared to the previous year, largely due to prolonged drought and the use of fire to clear land for agriculture. Wildfires and deforestation have severely degraded the habitats of species like the maned wolf, giant anteater, and jaguar. In response, the Brazilian government has launched wildfire prevention programs, including community education and improved fire monitoring systems. From August to November 2024, deforestation in the Cerrado dropped by 57.2% compared to the same period the previous year, thanks to more effective control measures. The Cerrado Restoration Fund was established with the goal of raising $150 million by 2025 and 2026, aiming to protect over 43,000 hectares of native vegetation and prevent the emission of at least 18 million metric tons of carbon dioxide. Along the western edge of the Cerrado, ecological corridors are being restored so that wildlife can reconnect fragmented forest patches. GPS-based monitoring projects are also helping to track jaguar behavior with greater precision. When the first rains fall over the Cerrado between late September and early October, they mark the end of the long dry season and the beginning of a new cycle of life. The scent of damp earth fills the air, signaling the return of water and the start of the breeding season. This shift sets off a cascade of ecological responses throughout the Cerrado ecosystem. Studies have shown that during the transitional period from the dry season to the rainy season, from September to November, as much as 68.4% of all collected insects appear. This triggers a chain of ecological events, from the growth of vegetation to a surge in insect populations and the onset of reproductive activity among many animal species. In the upper canopy of the Cerrado forests, it's not just insects that rush back to life. Creatures with showy appearances also embark on their own survival journeys. Among them is the toko toucan, a bird of striking beauty with fiery orange tones and a bold contrast of black and white feathers, like a vivid living painting. As the largest toucan species in South America, the Toco toucan carries with it a strange and wonderfully inventive biological design. Its bill, which can reach up to 19 centimeters in length, may look like a burden, but it's surprisingly light. Made of spongy keratin tissue supported by a hollow bone structure, the bill plays a key role in regulating body temperature, a process known in science as thermoregulation. When temperatures rise during the seasonal transition, blood flow to the bill increases to release heat. Conversely, when night falls, the blood is redirected to retain warmth. This is one of the most efficient cooling systems ever recorded in birds, comparable to the heat-dispersing ability of an African elephant's ears. The arrival of the rainy season also signals the start of the breeding season. Fruit becomes abundant, followed by a surge in insect populations, an essential nutritional boost for the Toco toucan during its nesting period. Its diet isn't limited to guava or fig. During this time, it readily hunts insects, small lizards, and even eggs and baby birds. This protein-rich food is crucial for nourishing the eggs and supporting the growth of the young in the nest. The Toco toucan does not build its own nest. It typically takes over old tree cavities, especially former woodpecker nests or natural hollows formed over time. The eggs, white in color and usually numbering between 2 and 4, are incubated in turns by both parents for about 2 weeks. When they hatch, the chicks are bare, without feathers, and their iconic beak is still tiny and undeveloped. But day by day, they grow under the devoted care of their parents, gradually cloaked in thick feathers and developing that vibrant orange beak, like a little sunrise blooming in the heart of the Cerrado. With a total length ranging from 55 to 65 centimeters, the Toco toucan is not a long-distance migratory bird. However, when food becomes scarce or certain areas dry out, it tends to move within a limited range in search of richer vegetation. This type of movement, known as ecological nomadism, allows the bird to make the most of short-term resources without having to leave the Cerrado ecosystem. From a distance, the Toco toucan looks like a living exclamation mark against the backdrop of a rejuvenating landscape. Its tree-dwelling lifestyle and tendency to live in pairs or small groups help it avoid predators, but also make it highly dependent on a habitat that consistently provides suitable forest canopy. Beyond its role as a skillful fruit eater, the Toco toucan is also a vital link in the Cerrado's recovery chain after the dry season. By eating and dispersing seeds, it helps young trees take root in new areas. These birds can boost the carbon storage capacity of tropical forests by as much as 38% by carrying seeds to degraded regions, supporting the natural regeneration of forest ecosystems. While many bird species begin their breeding season, a burst of insect life emerges, as if ready to play starring roles in the grand drama of survival. It's also the moment when a strange predator steps onto the stage, the giant anteater, a creature that looks as if it wandered out of a prehistoric era. Slow-moving, solitary, yet perfectly adapted to the ever-changing world around it. Measuring 1.8 to 2.1 meters in length and weighing around 40 to 50 kilograms, this is one of the largest ant-eating mammals in the world. What makes it remarkable isn't sharp teeth or fierce claws, but a tongue that can stretch up to 60 centimeters, flicking out up to 150 times per minute, coated with glue-like saliva to scoop up around 140 insects in a single feeding. It doesn't rely on stomach acid for digestion. Instead, it makes use of the formic acid from its prey, swallowing soil and sand to help grind the insects down, much like birds do with grit. It's hit-and-retreat strategy allows termite mounds to recover, ensuring a long-term food supply, an intelligent hunting behavior that helps maintain ecological balance. The giant anteater isn't just slow and steady. When needed, it can sprint up to 48 kilometers per hour, rear up on its hind legs, and deliver powerful swipes with the long, curved claw on its middle toe for defense. Its distinctive way of walking, on its knuckles, helps protect those claws, while its large, bushy tail drapes behind like a thick blanket. Though it has poor eyesight and hearing, its sense of smell is about 40 times stronger than a human's, allowing it to detect insect nests from a distance. This species lives alone, pairing only during the mating season. The young ride on their mother's back for nearly a year, camouflaged by fur that blends in perfectly with hers, making them harder to spot. As a specialist predator of ants and termites, two groups that make up a significant part of dryland ecosystems, the giant anteater acts like an ecological caretaker, helping maintain the soil layer, control pest populations, and prevent invasive termite species from overwhelming young plant roots. It moves quietly through each rainy season, holding a vital, irreplaceable role in the ecological symphony of the Cerrado. In places where termite mounds are torn open by anteaters, or where flocks of colorful birds return to the canopy to build their nests, another large creature chooses a quieter path for survival. That is the boa constrictor, one of the great snakes of the Cerrado, non-venomous, yet equipped with a hunting strategy that is remarkably efficient and calculated. The boa constrictor is one of the most ancient reptile species, having evolved and adapted over millions of years. The oldest known members of the Boidae family date back to the late Cretaceous period, showing that the ancestors of this species once lived alongside dinosaurs. Modern individuals typically measure between 3 to 4 meters in length, with some females exceeding 4.2 meters and weighing up to 27 kilograms. Its glossy scales, marked with patterns of brown, burgundy, and silvery gray, stretch along its body like a natural camouflage map, designed perfectly to blend into the moist forest canopy or the dry grasses of tropical plains. One distinctive feature is its vertical, cat-like pupils, a trait common in nocturnal species, and the small pits between its lip scales, specialized heat-sensing organs that allow the boa constrictor to see the body heat of its prey, even in complete darkness. As night falls over the Cerrado and rodents begin to emerge from their nests in search of food, the snake lies motionless, like a piece of rotting wood amid fallen leaves, silently waiting. Its strategy isn't to chase, but to ambush. Once it locks onto its prey, often rodents, opossums, small birds, or even large lizards, it strikes with surprising speed. Hundreds of sharp, curved teeth, angled inward, latch onto the prey, followed by the powerful tightening of its muscular coils. The victim doesn't pass due to broken bones, but rather from suffocation and blood loss, as circulation is cut off.